back on the record in the Simpson matter. Mr. Simpson is again present before the court with his counsel, Mr. Cochran and Mr. Scheck. People represented by Mr. Clark. Jury is not present. Counsel, anything we need to take up before we launch back into this?
Good morning, Your Honor.
Morning, Mr. Cochran.
Good seeing you, Your Honor. It's a good day. You don't seem to share my view of that. Judge, I wanted to just indicate to you that Mr. Sullivan is present, and I indicated to him that I do not believe we'll be calling Mr. Bosco today. We're going to be awaiting Your Honor's ruling at any rate, and he is in Orange County, and I've assured him that he would have at least a half day's notice before we would call him, and I wanted to make sure that was all right, so he's free to leave at this point.
Yes.
All right. Very good.
All right. Thank you, counsel.
Great.
All right. Anything else we need to take up before we launch into Dr. Readers? Mr. Walsh, good morning, sir.
The defense served on the City of Los Angeles. A subpoena deuce is taken with a return set for today. I've filed a motion to quash that subpoena this morning. If the court is going to hear that, I'll wait. Otherwise, I'll come back whenever you want to hear argument on it.
All right. Mr. Cochran, when do you want to hear this? This was just presented to me about 2 minutes ago. I had not had the opportunity to read it.
And I understand, Your Honor. We do want to get to the jury as soon as possible. I would like to have this heard as absolutely as soon as possible, Your Honor. I'd indicated to counsel in this search for truth. I'm surprised they made this motion, but they have. But I want to resolve it as soon as possible. We want these documents. So whatever, as soon as you said it.
I'm still working on the Shield matter.
Yes, I appreciate that.
Which, although this is related to that.
Yeah, right. This should come right behind that, don't you think? I suppose.
All right. Today being Wednesday, August 2nd. How about if we take this up Friday morning, August 4th?
9 o'clock?
9 o'clock.
That's fine.
Thank you, Your Honor. That'll be fine.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, counsel. All right. Anything else before we invite the jurors to rejoin us?
I don't think so. Just relating to the boards, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Clark, good morning, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor. I don't know where the boards are at the moment.
Right up, please.
Want to work with this small copy?
Whatever is easiest, probably the easel over by the jury box. Be easiest to see. Just have it quiet in the courtroom, please. All right, this is a board, title of which is Percent of Contamination by Control, May through July 1994.
Yes. The court may recall we had informal discussions with the court last week about these various boards, and what I'm going to direct my comments to are simply 4 charts, for lack of a better term, that detail percentages of contamination. And as if the court will recall, they describe contamination as a percentage of typing strips as well as a percentage of runs, or PCR hybridization runs. I'm sorry, PCR runs themselves. And the objection that I have to each of them is as to their argumentative nature. Now, this one, for instance, is labeled percent of contamination by control. And I think when this is presented in this type of chart form, and this one refers to negative amplification controls as well as extraction controls, that when this chart's used in that fashion, I think it really constitutes closing argument as opposed to a legitimate use of a chart with a witness in front of the jury. Now, I think what may be most expeditious is if I show the court each chart and then address any further comments.
All right. All right, the next chart is entitled Runs Percent with Contamination by Month, May 1993 through August 1994. Is in terms of percent. Along the bottom axis, it appears to be ordered by month, May 93 till August 94. Underneath that are what appear to be fractions, which are probably the actual number of runs. The raw data. All right, let's see the next one. All right, third one is strips, percent of contamination and/or artifacts by month, May 1993 through August 1994. Again, in terms of percent, with the bottom axis being monthly, with a fraction representing the raw data.
And then one more, Your Honor.
These are very nice, Mr. Scheck. You're welcome. All right, the last one is runs and strips, excuse me, percent of contamination and/or artifacts.
That probably should be entitled on the top, May through July, 1994. Well, we didn't put the dates on there. Maybe I'll have to spoil the presentation of it by writing in by hand, May through July, 1994 on the top. I didn't notice that. This is the bracketed period.
All right.
The reason I believe these charts are argumentative to the point that they should not be utilized during the presentation.
Excuse me. Next time you go through those doors, you catch the doors. All right?
Yeah. Sorry, Your Honor. Is I believe they're argumentative because, in particular, because of the use of the terms contamination and artifacts. It's our belief that Dr. Gerdes will concede that in many, if not most instances, what's alleged to be contamination, he will concede may not be contamination. So consequently, in the course of presenting this type of information with the use of the term contamination and artifacts, I think it's argumentative to the point that it shouldn't be used during the presentation with a witness. I think it's the type of material that may be appropriate in closing argument. But I think to utilize that in front of a jury will again run a substantial risk of both misleading and confusing the jury due to its argumentative nature of these four charts.
All right. Mr. Scheck?
We did go over these on last Friday, and these boards are in precisely the same form as we all viewed them last Friday, except that we added over the bottom, as I indicated to you, the raw numbers. What these represent are Dr. Gerdes' findings. He will explain, as we've discussed at length, by showing the actual strips and explaining what is meant by an artifact, which ones those apply to, and the basis of his finding that there is a contaminant on a run. And these charts are simply, without argument, listing his findings, just as the boards that the prosecution put up list their findings. So this is what is, in his opinion, a scientific fact. That's going to be his testimony, and they're free to attack it. So it's It's simply a record of his findings, his table, which has been turned over to the prosecution, his run notes. These are his findings.
All right.
Just so out of completeness, Mr. Clark did not mention the other boards which they should put up by the Elmo.
Well, if he's not objecting to them, I don't want to see them.
Okay. I think that basically constitutes
All right. The issue here
argument.
is the word contamination.
Yes. And the Dr.
Would you
Gertie's.
address Mr. Clark's specific point that Dr. Gertie's doesn't specifically say that or doesn't say that quite to that extent?
Oh, what he is going to do, and we're going to explain it with specific terms, and that's the reason that we made a distinction between this first board that is runs versus strips and the second board, which is just runs, is he's going to explain what is meant by an artifact. That is to say that on the when you see a 1.1 allele, and we're going to show the strips with the 1.1 allele and no 1 out of the user guide, that could be the DX gene and is an artifact. Then we are going to explain by the use of breaking them down as chart by chart. In other words, we're going to do it by allele. This is the 1.1 allele, same presentation by month. These are the strips. This is the underlying data.
No,
from this
Mr.
chart.
Scheck, my specific question was Mr. Clark's statement
We are
that Dr. Gertie's will say that it is not, it could be contamination, it could be something else.
Right. That is exactly what this chart is going to represent. He is going to indicate with a breakdown by allele that what this represents, and he's going to give the specific breakout of numbers, is that on the strips, these percentages represent contamination and artifacts, and he will break down the numbers. On the runs, he's saying that within that run there's a contaminant. He's going to break down each of these things and explain his findings. And he's going to say that when you have a situation where it's ambiguous, that is to say that there is a 1.1 dot showing up in the presence of a 1, and that could be contamination, it could be an artifact in those limited situations. We're going to break it down and explain the underlying constituents of this board to the jury. So it's not argumentative, it's simply showing the percentages in terms of exactly what his testimony is going to be.
All right. Any other response, Mr. Clark? All right, the objection is overruled. All right, let's have the jury, please. Looking at your CV, I would have stayed in Hawaii. All right, let the record reflect that we've been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All right, Mr. Scheck, you may call the defense next witness.
Thank you. Morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Your Honor, the defense calls Dr. John Gerdes.
Sir, can you please raise your right hand? You do solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in the cause not pending before this court should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please have a seat and state still your first and last name for the record.
John Gerdes, John Gerdes.
All right, doctor, would you just lean back, pull the microphone
Yeah.
close to you, please?
Thank you.
Put your books down.
All right, Mr. Scheck.
Dr. Gerdes, could you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what your present position is?
I'm the clinical director of a company called Immunological Associates of Denver, IAD for short.
And you say you're the clinical director there. Do you hold any other positions?
Yes, I actually have 3 titles. The clinical director, the director of DNA paternity testing, and the director of research and development.
And could you tell us what kind of a company IAD is and what it does in the Denver area?
Yes. Immunological Associates of Denver is a reference laboratory for the purpose of supporting transplantation, organ transplantation. We do the HLA typing, which is used to match the organs, solid organs and bone marrow of donors to recipients. We do clinical testing to ensure that those particular donors of organs are free of infectious agents, and we do paternity testing for the purpose of legal conflicts.
In your work, do you use the technique known as PCR or polymerase chain reaction?
I do.
In your work, do you use the technique known as RFLP or restriction fragment length polymorphism analysis?
Yes, we do.
Now, I'd first like to discuss with you your clinical work. You indicated that IAD does transplant work in the Denver area. Incidentally, how many hospitals are there in the Denver area?
I'm not sure how many. There are 4 hospitals that we work specifically with that do transplants.
All right. And so for those 4 hospitals, your lab is the one that does the typing for purposes of the transplantation.
That's correct.
First, I'd like you mentioned bone marrow transplants. I'd like you to explain for us exactly what that is and what your work entails.
Well, the major reason an individual would need a bone marrow transplant is if they had cancer, for instance, and leukemia or other kinds of cancer. When a person needs a bone marrow transplant, it's critical that you have an exact match of the immune system of the donated marrow to the recipient, or they will reject the donation. So a registry has been formed by what's called the National Marrow Donor Program, and individuals can basically donate a blood specimen which is typed, and that HLA type is then recorded. They are put on this list, which is the registry, and then if an individual has cancer and needs a bone marrow transplant, the registry can be searched to find an exact match.
Let me stop you right there. When you say that, so a donor, somebody would sign up to be part of the bone marrow registry and gives a blood specimen, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, you say that it's typed. Who does that, and what technique do you use to do it?
Well, this is a national program, the National Marrow Donor Program. They contract laboratories that do the typing, and it's done by PCR-based DNA methodology.
And are you one of those contract laboratories that is IAD?
Yes, IAD is one of those laboratories.
And so you do the PCR-based typing to type the donors who are in the registry?
The recipients.
The recipients, I'm sorry.
No, donors in the registry.
Right.
You're right.
First the donors, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay, what happens next?
Well, an individual with cancer needs it's determined that they need a bone marrow transplant, and so that particular individual with cancer would be typed, again by DNA, PCR-based methods.
By your lab?
By our lab, in the Denver area at least. The patients in the Denver area would be typed by our lab. And then the registry would be searched to determine if a match could be found. And at that point, both individuals are retyped to double check that everything was correct, and they would proceed with the bone marrow transplant.
And your role is to supervise that these 3 different stages of typing are done correctly, and then when you indicate that everything matches, you essentially give the go-ahead.
That's correct.
And that's now. What kind of system are you using for this typing? Is that the HLA system?
Yes.
What is it? Could you explain to the jury what that is?
HLA stands for human leukocyte antigen, and that particular gene system is the one that's critical for immune recognition.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Objection, no foundation. This one.
Oh.
And so that is the critical gene that needs to be matched in order to prevent the recipient from rejecting the marrow donor.
Now, we've had a lot of testimony in this case about the DQ alpha reverse dot blot system that
Yes.
was used by, I guess, the 3 different laboratories in this case, the Los Angeles Police Department, the Department of Justice, and Cellmark. Is the DQ alpha system in some way related to the HLA system that you use?
Objection, no foundation.
Oh.
Yes, that particular gene is one of the HLA genes. It's actually a cluster of genes all on chromosome 6. It involves DQ alpha, DQ beta, DR alpha and beta, and DP.
So DQ alpha is just one of those systems on each HLA?
Right, it's a subtype that's in that same cluster.
Okay. Now, besides bone marrow transplants, you mentioned that your laboratory does solid organ transplants.
That's we do the typing for them, yes.
Could you explain for the jury how that works?
The situation in a solid organ transplant is that we don't have as much time. So basically, an unfortunate individual may have an accident and then be declared brain dead. And at that point, we have 4 to 6 hours to type that particular individual. And then there is, again, a registry of individuals waiting for solid organs transplants. And then we would contact that individual and proceed with the transplant. But you have, the difference is you have a 4 to 6 hour window of time in which to basically do 2 things. One, we need to type by HLA to be sure that we match correctly. And the second thing we need to do is we need to screen the donor for dangerous infectious agents. You don't want to obviously give someone an organ from an individual who is infectious, so you would have to screen for such things as HIV, which causes AIDS, hepatitis, HTLV, and a variety of infectious agents that it's important to be sure the donor did not have an infection with those agents, so it doesn't transfer it.
When you say solid organs, what are we talking about here? What organs? Heart?
We're talking about kidney, heart, lung, pancreas, liver.
So, in other words, like I guess Mickey Mantle, the sports star, recently had a transplant.
That's correct.
But in the Texas area.
That's right.
But your role is if it happened in Denver, your laboratory would have been doing all the typing and looking at the registries.
That's correct.
Objection, speculation also leading.
Oral.
Now, you were talking about typing for these infectious diseases that the donor might have, such as HIV, HTLV, hepatitis B and C. Are you yet using PCR techniques for that aspect of the solid organ transplant typing process?
No.
What work are you doing in that area?
Well, as my one of my functions as the Director of Research and Development, we are attempting to validate PCR-based methods to look for those infectious agents. At the present time, we use what are called serological methods, which look for the antibody. And that simply says that an individual has been previously exposed and therefore might be infectious. Those types of assays are available. They're
What do you
FDA
mean by
approved.
assay? When you,
An assay is a test,
Okay.
a method. Those are FDA approved and available. What we would like to do, though, is look directly for the infectious agent. That's certainly the better way to do it. And PCR is an exquisitely sensitive method and therefore has the potential of looking directly for the infectious agent. The difficulty is basically twofold. Number one, the time frame that we have, the 5 to 6 hours, most of the highly sensitive PCR methods take a little longer than that, usually overnight. So we need to develop a system that has the ability to detect very small amounts of virus in a very short period of time.
let me stop you right there. You say very small amounts of virus. What is it? Is a virus just a string of DNA?
A virus is essentially DNA that's wrapped up in a protein coat.
And when you say small, we've had a lot of testimony here about nanograms, and then a smaller unit of that, picograms. What levels are you talking about here?
The picogram or lower.
All right, and
It,
could you just define for the jury the difference between a picogram and a nanogram of DNA?
well, there are 1,000 picograms in a nanogram.
Okay. So you're looking at very small amounts of DNA for these different infectious viruses and trying to develop a PCR technique that can deal with it. Is that correct?
That's correct. So the first problem is being able to detect the very small amount. The second problem is being able to ensure that that can be done reliably, and that is so that you don't have what are called false positives or false negatives. A false negative would mean that an individual might have a small amount of virus and for whatever reason we missed it. And that would be disastrous because then the organ would be transplanted and someone would unfortunately come down with infection. The false positive would be a situation where, because the technique is so sensitive, sometimes DNA from the laboratory or DNA from wherever, from previous amplifications, for instance, in the lab, might get into the tubes that we're using to test the donor.
I think we're exceeding the scope of this question.
Right. Simple question.
Okay.
Is contamination an issue that you're trying to deal with in developing this particular PCR technique?
It is.
Let's move on to the next thing that your lab does. You mentioned after the transplants are performed, does your laboratory do something with respect to infectious disease screening?
We do.
And what is that you do?
Well, once a patient has received a transplant, and that's either solid organ or bone marrow, they have to undergo what's called immunosuppression in order for us to prevent rejection. And so these individuals, their immune response is not quite as good as a normal individual, and they therefore have an increased susceptibility to infectious agents. So there are certain infections that a normal individual or an individual who hasn't been immunosuppressed would not be susceptible to, wouldn't cause a problem in any way. But in these individuals, it can kill them. And the primary example of that is something called cytomegalovirus.
CMV
for short. And this particular infection, all of us, or at least 80% of us, have seen this infection at some time early in life. And it's not a problem until you receive a transplant. And at that point, it can become an active infection again, cause pneumonia, and kill the patient. So it's a very, very difficult virus to deal with. It's also a difficult virus to grow. It takes 6 weeks to grow it in a lab, so that's not going to be helpful.
Dr. Goodies?
PCR is the best way to look for it.
Have you developed a PCR technique to detect the cytomegalovirus CMV virus.
Yes,
All right. And did you receive a grant to do that?
I did.
And when did you receive that grant?
I believe it was in 1990. Correct me if I'm wrong.
And what did that grant entail? Who did you study?
We studied 48 renal transplant, that's kidney transplant patients, and looked at them in a way that we could validate a PCR-based method for the purpose of diagnosing early detection of the CMV virus.
Is that PCR technique working with very small quantities of DNA?
It is.
Is that PCR, is contamination a problem in the development of this technique?
Contamination is a problem in the development of any PCR technique.
Now, you indicated that you were working, you were head of research and development at IAD. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Have you, and I suppose part of that research and development was your work in developing this technique, this PCR technique to detect the CMV virus?
That's correct.
All right. Have you recently received any other grants relating to the PCR technique and the issue of contamination that would be relevant to share with the jury?
Yes, I have.
Could you tell us what that is?
Well, just this last month, I received a grant from the Advanced Technology Program, which is a division of the National Institute of Standards and Technology. And the purpose of that grant is to develop a new diagnostic technique that's going to be more cost-effective and less complex and allow for a better way to prevent contamination.
Was this, what is the National Institute of Standards and Testing, or NIST?
National Institute of Standards and Technology.
Technology, what is it?
It's a department, and I'm not sure what major department it's under, of the U.S. government. And they're charged with the purpose of developing technology that will be important to the U.S. in the future in terms of keeping the U.S. at the forefront of technologies and maintaining the U.S. as a competitive country.
Was this a competitive grant?
It was.
How many companies applied for this, do you know?
This was a focus program specifically asking for grants on DNA. I believe there were 27 applicants.
What was the amount of the grant that you just received?
$1.6 million.
You also indicated that your laboratory does paternity testing.
Yes.
All right, and could you tell us what technique you use and what's involved in that?
Yes, in paternity testing, we use the other type of DNA testing, which is called RFLP, which I believe you've all heard of, restriction fragment length polymorphism. And that technology then is used for our purpose of determining whether whether an individual is the father of a child.
Now, in the paternity testing area, do you have to deal with, do you have guidelines with respect to handling of specimens and chain of custody issues such as that?
Yes, we do.
Finally, does your lab do any work in what is known as virology?
Yes, we do.
And does any of that involve PCR?
The CMV is a virus, and so that involves PCR. We also look for another organism called chlamydia. It's actually not a virus, but it is a microorganism that causes sexually transmitted diseases. And our function as a virology lab is to look at infections not restricted only to infections in transplant population, but in the OB population or other populations as well, wherever they would need it. And that's one of the particular organisms where we use PCR.
And is there a particular kit that's used with that PCR application?
Yes.
And who approved that kit?
Well, it's an FDA-approved kit.
What's the FDA?
The Food and Drug Administration. And for clinical testing, if you use a kit, it has to be approved by that organization. Mm-hmm. And basically
Excuse me
what
for
that...
1 second. A kit, is the PCR DQ alpha technique being used here, is that a kit as well?
It is.
Now, does the kit that you use for chlamydia, does that have a contamination control?
It does.
Called UNG?
Yes.
And does the DQ alpha system have the UNG?
No.
Now, Doctor, I'd like to talk a little bit about your educational background. Where did you get your undergraduate degree?
I received a Bachelor of Science in microbiology from the University of Wyoming in Laramie, Wyoming.
And where did you get your postdoctorate degree?
I received my PhD from UCLA in Los Angeles in the field of microbial genetics and bacterial pathogenesis. And microbial genetics,
Please tell us what that
is what is now called molecular biology.
And how many years did it take you to get your PhD, sir?
4 years.
And in microbiology, your background, what is the importance of something known as aseptic technique? And could you explain what that is to the jury?
Well, aseptic technique or sterile technique is the foundation of microbiology, really. It is it's basically teaching you the common sense of how to handle an item, a specimen, in such a way that you can look at what's only in the specimen and not worry about other microorganisms that are floating around in the air, falling in there and confusing what you're looking at.
Are you talking about the issue here of cross-contamination and contamination?
Yes. In microbiology, you have to handle specimens. For instance, if a doctor takes a specimen from you, it's very important that that specimen is transported to the lab, handled by the laboratory personnel, analyzed by the laboratory personnel, and that a result is obtained from those personnel in such a way that I can guarantee, number one, the specimen really did come from you, and number two, that there wasn't some sort of mix-up of all the other specimens that came into the lab that day, which is pretty much saying the same thing. And number three, that there isn't a problem with the fact that we're dealing with those microorganisms day after day in the labs, as some of those from the laboratory getting into your specimen and causing a false positive result.
Your thesis involved what microorganism?
I looked at Vibrio cholera, which is the organism that causes cholera, which is an acute diarrheal disease, a major problem worldwide.
And did you do, what was your postdoctoral work and where did you do that?
My postdoctoral work was at, again, UCLA, and at this time in the field of virology, and I investigated the genetics and the molecular biology of herpes simplex virus, and specifically asking questions about what it is about that virus that allows it to, once it's into the body, go into what's called a latent stage, which means that the infection is shut down, but the virus persists.
When you say herpes simplex, is that what is commonly known as herpes?
Yes, it causes cold sores, and it also causes a genital infection.
And with whom did you study at UCLA in your postdoctoral work?
Jack Stevens was the individual's name.
And when you say, did you get any kind of a grant at that time?
Yes, the support for my postdoc was a competitive postdoctoral fellowship from the NIH.
But the NIH is?
National Institute of Health.
So you have to compete to get that grant in order to support your postgraduate work.
That's correct.
After that, did you, at some point, when did you move to Denver?
I'm not very good with dates. I believe must have been around 1978 or in that area.
Through 1978, through 1982, where did you work?
I was an assistant professor at the University of Colorado Health Sciences Center, which is a medical school in Denver, Colorado.
And what were you working on there?
I was, again, I had two laboratories. One of the laboratories continued my work with herpes simplex virus, and I was also the second laboratory involved the investigation of the potential of viruses being the cause of multiple sclerosis.
And when did you go to Immunological Associates of Denver?
That was in 1988.
And at that time, you began to set up the various programs in that laboratory?
That's correct.
Now, I'd like to turn for a second back to your work at IAD and discuss with you some laboratory practices and accrediting and how it works in this field. Are there accrediting agencies that set standards for your DNA laboratory?
Yes.
All right. What could we go through them? Is one of them what's known as CLIA?
Yes.
Could you explain for the jury what that is?
Well, CLIA is actually the law. Clinical Laboratory Improvement Act is the that's what the abbreviation stands for. That's a law that was passed to regulate and improve clinical testing in this country. It's administered by Health Care Financing Administration, or HCFA, and we are inspected by that organization to ensure that we are complying with the law.
And you're accredited by them.
And we are, HCFA would be the accrediting agency.
Now, in the course of that, is your lab inspected?
Yes,
Do they look at your protocol?
they do.
Do they look at your quality control and quality assurance documentations?
They do.
Do they do spot checks of your casework?
They do.
Do they do they look at your proficiency tests?
They do.
Do they look to see, in the course of their examination of your quality control and quality assurance, whether your laboratory adequately detects and controls contamination in your PCR work?
They do.
Do they inspect your rules for specimen handling?
Yes.
Is there another organization that accredits you called the American Society for Histocompatibility and Immunogenetics?
Yes.
And what is that's known as ASHI?
Correct.
And what is their field? What do they look at?
This is the accrediting agency for the purpose of HLA typing,
That's the bone marrow and solid
bone
organ
marrow and solid organ transplant.
All right.
Let's go. Hold on. Doctor, if you would you let the attorney finish asking you the question before you start to answer? Problem is, the court reporter can only take down one person at a time. This is tough stuff for a court reporter.
I understand. I'm sorry.
Proceed.
Does ASHI inspect your lab?
They do.
Do they look through your quality control and quality assurance records?
They do.
Do they do spot checks of your casework?
Yes.
Do they examine proficiency tests?
Yes.
In the course of the examination of the quality control and quality assurance documents and the casework, do they make an assessment as to whether or not your laboratory adequately detects and controls contamination?
Yes.
Do they examine your specimen handling rules and methods?
They do.
What about the National Marrow Donor Program? What do they do?
That is the organization that is the registry for bone marrow.
And do they rely on ASHI inspections?
They rely on ASHI for the accreditation process. Their additional quality control includes blind specimens that are incorporated in every batch of typings we do.
Well, we'll get back to this later, but is that what has been discussed here as an external blind proficiency test?
It is.
All right. We'll discuss that later. Now, what about the American Association of Blood Banks? Is that an accrediting agency that looks at your laboratory?
It is.
And in what area do they look at?
That's in the area of paternity testing by RFLP.
Do they inspect your lab?
They do.
Do they look at your quality control and quality assurance documentation?
Yes.
Do they do spot checks of your casework?
Yes.
Do they review AABB and what's known as CAP, or College of American Pathology proficiency testing?
Yes.
Do they examine chain of custody rules and specimen handling rules with respect to paternity testing?
They do.
Just check, would you slow down just a little?
My apologies, Your Honor. In addition to these inspections, what kinds of proficiency testing does your lab go through? Just describe the programs. You mentioned already, and we'll get back to it later, the National Marrow Donor Program external blinds.
That's correct.
Right. What other proficiency testing do you go through?
there's proficiency for virtually every area that we do through the College of American Pathologists, or CAP. That's a major organization. That's one of their major functions, is providing that kind of proficiency testing. In addition, we have proficiency testing through a number of HLA organizations, specifically for DNA HLA. One of them is called the UCLA DNA Exchange, and second one is the Southeast Oregon Procurement Foundation, or CEOP, proficiency testing.
Now, Doctor, are you a member of any professional associations?
I am.
All right, could you please tell us what they are?
I'm a member of the American Society for Microbiology. I'm a member of the Clinical Ligand Assay Society.
But before the American Society of Microbiology, what is that exactly?
That is the major scientific organization for the purpose of microbiology and molecular microbiology, or molecular pathology.
And they hold meetings and conferences that you attend?
Yes.
And in those meetings and conferences is a discussion of DNA laboratory techniques?
Yes.
All right. Is another professional, go on to your next professional organization.
Clinical Ligand Assay Society is one I believe I mentioned.
And what do they do?
This is an organization, a scientific organization, which is a collection of individuals who are involved in clinical chemistry and clinical testing.
Does that organization hold meetings that you attend?
Yes.
And in those meetings, do various DNA laboratory directors discuss techniques and laboratory methods?
They do.
What other organizations?
The American Association of Blood Banks.
All right. And do you attend their meetings?
Yes.
And they, at those meetings, do DNA laboratory directors there discuss various techniques that are
Yes.
used in their laboratories?
Yes.
And standards and rules, things of that nature?
Yes.
What about ASHI, the American Society for Histocompatibility and Immunogenetics? I got
Yes. Yes, I belong to that.
that? And what is that organization again?
That is the organization that deals with the immunology of looking at the HLA gene,
And the
immunology in general, and the HLA specifically, in the sense of transplantation.
All right, so these are the transplant people, so to speak?
Yes.
And when you get together at those meetings, are there discussions of DNA lab directors there as to techniques and standards in the laboratory?
Yes.
And what is the Pan American Society for Clinical Virology? Is that another organization you're a
It
member
is.
of? And what do they do?
That is the scientific organization, which is a collection of individuals who do virology, looking for viruses in a clinical setting.
And again, at those meetings, do DNA lab directors who do the PCR-based tests for looking for these infectious diseases that you told us about, such as hepatitis, HIV, et cetera, they discuss DNA laboratory techniques, standards, specimen handling methods?
Yes, they do.
Okay. Now, I'd like to turn your attention now to forensic DNA typing. Have you visited and inspected any forensic DNA laboratories?
Yes.
Which ones have you inspected and visited?
Well, there are 16 of them. Hopefully I can remember the list.
I'm talking first now about visits, labs that
Oh,
you
visits,
visited.
sorry. There are 6 labs that I visited. Cellmark
That's the Cellmark Diagnostics, the laboratory that
did some
Dr.
testing.
Cotton's from?
That's correct. I visited the Los Angeles Police Department DNA lab. I've visited the Department of Justice in Berkeley.
that's the lab that Gary Sims and Renee Montgomery are from?
Correct. I visited the New Mexico Crime Lab. I visited the Denver Police Department. And I visited the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension in Minneapolis.
Have you visited the laboratory known as Genetic Design?
Yes, I've also visited that in North Carolina.
Now, have you reviewed protocols and casework from additional DNA laboratories?
I have.
And how many DNA laboratories overall have you reviewed protocol and examined casework?
16.
All right. And in addition to Cellmark, the Los Angeles Police Department, the Department of Justice, the New Mexico Police Department, the Denver Police Department, Genetic Design, and the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension in Minneapolis, what other labs have you reviewed their protocols and casework?
You'll have to help me on the list. The FBI, San Diego Police Department, Forensic Science Associates, and if I could look at my CV, it might be.
Well,
Or,
if you don't, have you visited Gene Screen?
yeah, I haven't visited. I've reviewed their
Reviewed their
protocol.
casework.
They're from Texas. That's correct.
What about the Orange County Crime Lab?
Yes.
What is the CBR laboratory?
That's a laboratory in Maryland, David Bing's laboratory.
Boston?
Yeah, yes.
And what is AGTC?
Analytical
Testing.
Genetic Testing Center, which is in Denver, Colorado.
So you've reviewed protocol and case from that work?
Yes.
That lab. Have you become familiar with the literature on the application of DNA techniques to forensics?
Yes.
Have you, over the last 5 years, have you testified as an expert witness in a number of states on the application of DNA techniques to forensics?
I have.
And over 5 years, about how many times have you testified?
23 times.
Now, how did you get involved in testifying in cases involving the forensic application of DNA techniques?
Well, back in 1990, there was a case in the Denver area, and as a part of there was DNA involved in the evidence of the case, and one of the attorneys involved in the case, I think he essentially looked us up in the yellow pages, and it said that we did DNA testing, and called me and asked me to look at the evidence, and I agreed to do that and looked at that particular case. I expressed some concerns about specifically some problems that I felt there might be with PCR, and then from there on, individuals have called me.
Now, do you, over the course of time, do you charge money when you review casework and come and testify as a witness?
I do.
And have you charged a fee in this case?
I have.
And what is that fee?
It's $100 an hour.
And who gets the money, this $100 an hour?
The laboratory does.
That's IAD?
Yes.
And is this a money-making enterprise for IAD, you going off and testifying as an expert witness in forensic cases over the last 5 years?
No, it's a minor proportion of the gross income of our company, and it basically covers the expenses of my being gone for someone to replace me.
Now, in terms of preparing for your testimony in this case, did you review the results of the DNA work of the Los Angeles Police Department,
I did.
the Department of Justice,
Yes.
and Cellmark?
Yes,
Have you reviewed their protocols?
I have.
Have you reviewed the collection methods, the sample handling methods, and the laboratory procedures of the Los Angeles Police Department?
Yes.
Have you reviewed what are known as validation studies put together by the Los Angeles Police Department laboratory?
I have.
Have you looked at some of their casework strips
Yes.
and their proficiency tests?
Yes.
I think you've already mentioned you visited the Los Angeles Police Department.
That's correct.
On how many occasions?
2 occasions.
And visited Cellmark in connection with this case.
I did.
And when you said you visited the Department of Justice, that was in connection with another case?
I've visited that laboratory twice, once in conjunction with another case and once in conjunction with this case.
Now, are you familiar with the testimony of Dennis Fung, Andrea Mazzola, Colin Yamauchi, Gary Sims, Renee Montgomery, Robin Cotton in this case.
Yes.
How have you, in what way have you been familiar with it?
Well, I have seen the excerpts here and there on TV, but primarily through transcripts which were provided, and I've reviewed most of those transcripts, although it was impossible to review all of it. I didn't have time, but most of it I've reviewed.
Now, could you please define for the jury the term contamination in a forensic setting in terms of DNA work?
In terms of DNA work, it's quite simply human DNA that's found where it shouldn't be.
Now, in terms of DNA laboratories, would it be useful to break down the kinds of contamination that one encounters?
Yes.
And could you please tell us, could you break those down to us in certain categories?
Certainly. I think a way to look at this is to start all the way back at the beginning at the crime scene. And the first type of risk of contamination is going to be called what is called cross-contamination. And as I mentioned, this is human DNA finding its way into a sample where it shouldn't be there. And that's as a result of cross-transferring from one space to another physically. And that can happen by mishandling. And that is because if you have a sample here with a large amount of DNA and another sample with small amount of DNA, this technique is so exquisitely sensitive that you can transfer without even knowing it frequently a small amount of DNA from item 1 where there was a large amount to item 2.
When you say exquisitely sensitive, we've heard that term before. What do you mean by that? It's a scientific term.
Yes.
But could you try to define that a little in plainer English, if we could?
Yeah, it simply means that you can find a very, very, very small amount. This technique can theoretically find a single copy of what you're looking for.
Okay. Now, discussed cross-contamination. Is there something about cross-contamination that is a particular problem in terms of the different kinds of contamination you get?
Yes, this particular kind of contamination is the one that is the most subversive. And by that I mean that once you've done that, once you've accidentally transferred from one item to the next, if you were to do the DNA analysis of both items, the DNA analysis doesn't distinguish where that human DNA came from. It's simply going to type what human DNA is there. So that means that if you were to type those two items and you had accidentally done that, those items would probably type as the same item. Especially, the smaller amount would be most likely overwhelmed by the transferred DNA. So they would type as the same DNA, meaning coming from the same individual. And it wouldn't matter if at that point, from that point on, it wouldn't matter if this sample that was falsely incorporated the DNA, if that sample was typed by 5, 10 other laboratories or by 5 or 10 different gene systems, it's always going to come up as a match. And the problem with that is there really is no control. Unfortunately, there's no way of incorporating into the system a control that says that happened.
Next question.
What other kinds of categories of contamination are there?
Well, the second is usually once the DNA or the specimen is transferred to a laboratory, now you can have the same kind of transfer, by the way, cross-transfer can happen anytime that item is manipulated, either in the crime scene, in the laboratory itself, or anytime they're handled, those specimens, all the way through the process. That can happen. A second type of contamination, though, that occurs is the fact that when you're dealing with DNA, these samples are fairly dirty samples. In the process of analyzing them, you have to add these liquid solutions that contain all of the building blocks for the DNA and the enzyme that's responsible for allowing us to copy it and the components of that reaction that allows the PCR process to
These are the
occur.
reagents that you pour into things?
Correct. They're called reagents.
Can they get contaminated?
Yes, they can. Excuse me.
And what is known as amplicon or PCR carryover contamination?
That is a slightly different concept, and the PCR process, I'm sure you're aware of that now, basically allows us to take a small number and copy it, sort of like a molecular Xeroxing up to a very high number. Now, if you do that for the same gene over and over, day after day, with multiple samples, what happens is you have a buildup, or can have a buildup, of the copies. And when you have a buildup of those copies, it's very easy to accidentally get one of those into your reagents or into your reactions. And that's called amplification product carryover.
Okay. Dr. Gerdes, based on your review of the data in this case, have you formed an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty about contamination at the LAPD DNA laboratory?
Objection, no foundation.
Your Honor, my method here is that I'm going to elicit the opinions of the witness and then give the basis for his expert opinion. Have you an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty about contamination at the LAPD DNA laboratory?
Yes.
What is it?
I found that the LAPD laboratory has a substantial contamination problem that is persistent and substantial.
What is it? Chronic? What does that term mean?
Chronic, it is chronic, and it's chronic in the sense that it doesn't go away. I can find it month after month, and it persists.
As a DNA lab director, do you have an opinion about the risk of error due to contamination at the LAPD?
Objection, no foundation.
Sustained.
As a molecular biologist and DNA laboratory director, do you have an opinion about the collection, specimen handling, and sampling methods used by the personnel at the Los Angeles Police Department in this case?
Objection, no foundation.
Overruled.
Yes.
And what is it?
I found that the specimen handling procedures were done in such a manner that it had there's a tremendous risk of the potential of that cross-contamination.
Given your views on contamination at LAPD and the sample handling methods that the personnel used, do you have an opinion about the reliability of the results obtained, not only by the Los Angeles Police Department, but by the Department of Justice and Cellmark on the samples that have been called the Bundy blood drops? That is LAPD items 47, 48, 49, 50, and 52.
Objection, no foundation.
Sustained. Sustained.
Your Honor, I wanted to elicit his opinions, then give the
Sustained.
basis.
Sustained.
All right. Dr. Gerdes, have you examined and formed an opinion about the handling of the samples from the Bronco that were collected on June 14th and August 26th in this case?
Objection, no foundation.
Sustained.
Okay. Let me go back, try it this way. Dr. Gerdes, have you examined the data and the testimony about how the Bundy blood drops, items 47, 48, 49, 50, and 52, were handled in this case?
Yes.
Have you examined, based on your examination of how those items were handled, and your review of the conditions at the LA Police Department laboratory, do you have an opinion about the reliability of the results obtained not only by the Los Angeles Police Department, but by the Department of Justice and Cellmark on those items?
Objection, no foundation.
Sustained.
Have you reviewed, Dr. Gerdes, the D1S80 results obtained on the Rockingham glove by the Department of Justice?
Yes.
All right. And have you reviewed the way that that Rockingham glove was handled and sampled by Mr. Yamauchi on the morning of June 14th, 1994?
Yes.
All right, before we move on to a discussion of those results, I'd like to ask you a series of questions, sir, with the use of a chart concerning the use of PCR and RFLP technique in the forensic setting and in the medical setting. Your Honor, if I may, I'd like to move the chart out here. And
Yes. $12.85.
Dr. Gerdes, if you could step down. Can DNA technology, that is the RFLP and PCR technique, be reliable and validated for one application, but less reliable when transferred to another application?
Objection, foundation, request to take a witness on one here.
Oral.
Yes, that's called technological transfer. And any specific methodology, way of doing things, when it's used for a different purpose or various different purposes, each of those will have their own unique problems. And so you have to deal with those problems during that transfer.
Where did the RFLP and PCR techniques started? Where were they first developed? In the research setting, the medical setting?
They were, the PCR methodology was developed in a research setting, specifically in the field of molecular biology.
What about RFLP?
RFLP was developed in a similar setting.
And what was the first application of these techniques? Was it medical or forensics?
Well, it began in the research community, and then the medical community was the next area where it was applied, and then finally forensics.
All right. What I'd like to do is go through some of the differences between medical and research applications of these techniques and forensics. First, on the issue of samples, what are the differences as you see them between samples in the medical setting and samples in the forensic setting?
Excuse me, again, objection, foundation, expertise.
Sustained.
Well, Dr. Gerdes, do you have familiarity with the kinds of samples that are handled in the clinical setting?
I do.
And do you have familiarity with the kinds of samples that are handled in forensic casework?
Yes.
What kinds of samples are handled in the medical or research community? And could you describe what they are?
These are aseptically collected, sterile samples that are collected from a patient by a trained microbiologist or medical personnel, transported to the laboratory in a sterile container, and then handled in a sterile environment, a hood that's a sterile hood.
And in forensics, how are, generally speaking, samples, what kinds of samples are you dealing with?
Objection, no foundation. Also request to voir dire the witness.
Objection is sustained on foundation.
Dr. Gerdes, have you reviewed, how many forensic cases have you reviewed?
23.
And have you reviewed the kinds of samples that were collected in those cases and where they came from?
Objection vague. Overruled.
Yes, I have.
And where did those samples come from? What kinds of cases did they involve?
They involved various crime scenes. All of them involved, blood, hair, semen found in an unsterile condition on carpets, in
I'm sorry.
dirt.
Excuse me. Objection,
all
no
over
found. Objection, no foundation. Move to strike the answer.
I'm going to sustain the objection of no foundation at this point. It's based on hearsay at this point.
I move to strike the answer, Your Honor.
Now, listen.
Well, have you reviewed literature with respect to forensic samples and their properties and how they're collected?
Yes,
Literature from forensic laboratories?
yes,
And have you seen photographs and examined actual samples from forensic laboratories in the various cases that you've reviewed?
I've seen photographs. I haven't handled the samples.
In the cases you've reviewed, have you dealt with bloodstains
Yes,
found on various different substrates?
yes,
Excuse me. Objection, no foundation.
Overruled.
From concrete and dirt?
yes,
Have you dealt with hairs found on clothing and on various substrates?
yes,
Have you dealt with what are known as vaginal swabs?
yes,
Sperm and epithelial cells?
yes,
Saliva?
yes,
Have you dealt with mixtures of bloodstains?
yes,
Have you reviewed cases involving mixtures of epithelial and sperm cells, for example?
yes,
Now, in terms of, and these are all in forensic cases.
they are.
Now, in terms of the samples that you've reviewed in forensic cases, what are the differences between those kinds of samples and the samples that you have encountered in the medical and research setting?
Again, objection, no foundation. Expertise.
Overruled.
I believe you've just described the differences. Those samples are found in various substrates, none of which are sterile, obviously sterile blood specimens, and in various stages of degradation and different ages. They're obviously not clean samples. They're samples that are definitely dirty and definitely not collected in an ideal manner.
Now, in terms of just the application of the technology and the challenge posed by the samples, which kinds of samples, just by their nature, create a higher risk of encountering contamination and erroneous DNA typing? The samples in the medical and research setting or the samples that you've reviewed in forensic casework?
Well, obviously, if you have a sterile sample that's aseptically collected versus a sample where there's absolutely no way of controlling how it's collected or where it's found, the chances of foreign DNA from someone else are going to be much greater in this situation than in this situation.
So would it be fair to say that in terms of risk of contamination error, at least just in terms of the samples, forensics is a greater challenge?
It is.
Would it be fair for you then to, if there were a box here, would you check that off with respect to dirty samples?
It's stuck on.
It's stuck on permanently?
Yes, that one.
Sorry to reveal its check mark. In terms of sample size, what are the differences between the samples that you encounter in the medical area, the clinical area, and the samples that you've reviewed in forensic casework?
in the medical area, we can pretty much request the sample volume that we need. So sample size is not a problem. You ask for the ideal amount of material you need to do the testing.
Now, in terms of amounts, incidentally, in other words, are some of these DNA tests best performed when you can actually quantitate the amount of DNA?
All of them are, yes.
Is that particularly important in PCR testing?
Yes.
What are the recommended amounts for the DQ alpha PCR technique in terms of the minimum amount of DNA that you'd like to have in a sample?
Objection, no foundation.
Sustained.
Do you know, are you familiar with the DQ alpha reverse dot blot method?
Yes.
You're familiar with the literature concerning that technique?
Yes.
The user guide?
Yes.
Is there anything in that literature, the user guide, that indicates what the preferred amount is? For example, in terms of minimum size for doing a DQ alpha reverse dot blot analysis?
Yes.
And what would that be?
The minimum amount that's recommended is 2 nanograms.
And,
I'm sorry.
2 nanograms.
and what about the D1S80 technique? Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the literature surrounding that technique?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the user guide and the protocol for that technique?
Yes.
Now, in terms of, so you were getting back to the issue of sample size. You said that in the medical setting, you can control the amounts of DNA that's being tested. Is that correct?
That's correct. You can ask for an ample size of the original sample. You can purify the DNA, and you can quantitate precisely the amount and therefore add the ideal concentration of DNA that's needed for the particular test.
Now, in terms of sample size, in your review of the evidence in this case and in other forensic cases, does the same situation obtain in terms of the availability of sample?
Objection vague.
Sustained.
What kinds of amounts of samples have you encountered in this case and in other cases as compared to the amounts in the medical and research setting?
Same objection.
Overruled.
In this case and in other cases, frequently you have very, very small amounts of DNA, and that's basically because you take what you get. You have no option. You have to work with whatever's there. And so frequently that's very, very small amounts, less than what is ideal and less than what is recommended for these kinds of tests.
In terms of the risk of contamination and erroneous typing, are there greater risks associated with the kinds of small samples that one encounters in forensic casework than in the medical, the generous sample size in the clinical context?
Objection, no foundation.
Sustained. Doctor, let me ask you to take the longer pointer and step back one step so that the court reporter can hear what you're saying.
Does sample size have anything to do with the problem of contamination and erroneous typing?
Objection vague.
Overruled.
Yes, sample size, if it's too small, there is an increased risk of contamination. There's an increased risk that you will miss some of the DNA. That is, something's there and you don't find it.
Right. And in your judgment, the minuscule size, what does the term minuscule mean?
Small, very small.
Okay. And is that the kind of sample you're talking about that's encountered in forensic casework?
Yes.
All right. Now, does the minuscule sample size encountered in forensic casework, what implication does that have for you as far as you're concerned in terms of the risk of contamination and error as compared to the clinical setting?
Objection, no foundation.
Overruled.
It's a tremendously increased risk of contamination and error.
Now, in the clinical context, in terms of mixtures, what kinds of samples do you get there as opposed to forensic casework?
Well, in the clinical setting, for the vast majority of the types of tests we do, we are concerned with a specimen or a sample that comes from one individual. So it's very rare that we will work with something that is a mixture.
And what about the sources of those samples?
The sources are well known to be a single individual.
In the forensic context, and in this case, what kinds of samples are often encountered?
Most of the times in a forensic case, obviously you're finding something at a crime scene. So you have no way of knowing whether that came from only one individual, one contributor, two contributors, three contributors. You have no way of really knowing how many people that might have actually come from. And that means that you don't know if you have a mixture, and then when you do the analysis, frequently it's found to be a mixture.
And in terms of the risk of contamination and error, in which application of DNA techniques is the risk of contamination and error greater just because of the nature of that sample?
It's much greater in the forensic setting. It's very, very difficult. It's a difficult task to deal with these mixtures because the genetic systems are more precise and can be interpreted more cleanly if you know you're only working with one person.
Would it be fair to check off the spot then?
Yes.
Now, in terms of handling of samples within a laboratory, could you compare for us which of the applications has more or less handling of samples within the laboratory?
Objection, no foundation.
Sustained.
All right. Are you familiar with the specimen handling techniques in clinical laboratories?
Yes.
Have you examined the specimen handling techniques used by the Los Angeles Police Department in this case?
I have.
Are you familiar with the techniques used by Cellmark in the Department of Justice?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the specimen handling techniques used by the other laboratories that you visited?
Yes.
And these are all forensic laboratories,
They are.
dealing with forensic samples.
Yes.
All right. Which laboratory does more or less handling of the samples in the course of doing DNA testing?
There's much,
Objection, no foundation.
there's much more handling in the forensic setting. Those specimens are, because they're found at a crime scene and in a non-sterile situation, they have to be handled, itemized, packaged, transported to the lab, and then sorted out so that they can be analyzed, perhaps reserving perhaps some for future analysis by both the defense and the prosecution in a case. And then they have to be handled from a non-sterile state from the very beginning because they're found that way. In a clinical lab, we can work with one specimen in a sterilely drawn tube that was transported to the lab, immediately goes right into the testing process, and it's not handled for anything other than that.
Now, in terms of the risk of contamination and error, where is it greater? In the situation where there's less handling of the sample, or in the situation where the forensic situation where the samples have to be taken from the scene, dried, unpackaged, dried, packaged again, opened again, cut up again, etc.?
The risk is tremendously greater in a forensic setting.
Now, in this connection, in the clinical area, do you have occasion to do what's known as split samples for independent testing with other laboratories?
Occasionally we do that, yes.
All right. And when you're dealing with sensitive PCR kinds of testing, how is a sample split or put aside for independent testing by another laboratory?
Well, the ideal situation would be at the time that the specimen is collected, we would collect two tubes. And one would be transported directly to laboratory one, and the other is transported directly to laboratory 2. There's no possible contact between those two labs.
Is the idea, in terms of the handling, when you're doing a split for an independent laboratory analysis, is the idea to minimize the exposure or handling of that sample in laboratory 1?
Yes.
And why is that?
Well, as I explained earlier, this problem of cross-contamination, if that becomes an issue, then if you have designed the entire way in which the sample was tested in such a way that it is impossible, absolutely impossible, for laboratory 1, their specimen to have come in contact with laboratory 2, or vice versa, then by the very design of the way you set it up, it eliminates that whole argument.
All right. Now, in terms then again of minimal handling and multiple handling, is it your testimony there's a higher risk of contamination error in the forensic application?
Yes.
I'd like to turn to the question of error rates. Your Honor, I think it will go faster here. I can finish this board and then take a break. Would that be fair? You want a break right now?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our mid-morning break at this time. Please remember all of my admonitions to you. We'll stand in recess for 15 minutes. All right, back on the record in the Simpson matter. All parties are again present. Jury is not present. All right, Deputy McNair, let's have the jury, please.
One item, if I might.
I'm sorry. Mr. Clark.
During testimony of Dr. Gertis, he brought up the fact that he had been granted certain funds as a result of his proposal to NIST on a, quote, newer or better developed method. I can't recall the exact words he used. During the break, I asked Mr. Scheck and Dr. Gertis about the availability of that proposal. I was informed by Dr. Gertis that there would be no problem providing a one-page copy of the grant that contains an abstract of the proposal, but that as to the proposal, Dr. Gertis explained that there was a proprietary interest and that would not be available to the people. It's our request that be provided, and I think it's very relevant in this case.
Well,
For reasons that I can give, it's for Dr. Gertis.
we have offered to make Dr. Gertis available to explain in great detail anything that Mr. Clark wants to ask him about the proposal and the technique. And I'd have to consult with him further about what the legalities are in terms of the proprietary nature of it.
All right. Why don't you confer over the lunch hour on that issue? All right. And what one of the court's available remedies in these issues is to issue a protective order if anything like that is produced.
Sure.
And that the copy not be copied and it be returned to the court's custody upon review and that it be kept here in the courtroom.
We'll see. Maybe we can.
All right, I'm sure we can accomplish that. All right. All right, Deputy McNair, let's have the jurors, please. Let the record reflect that all the jurors have now rejoined us. Dr. John Gerdes is on the witness stand undergoing direct examination by Mr. Scheck. Mr. Scheck, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Gerdes, let's turn to the issue of error rates. How are errors known? How do you learn about errors in the clinical context?
Well, one way to determine if an error has been made in a clinical lab is through the proficiency testing. That's the NMDP program, as I explained earlier, that's blind proficiency testing. And what that means is every week, if we have 60 samples that are sent to us to be typed, 10 of them are incorporated as controls, and we don't know which 10 those are. And then during the course of our typing, if we make errors, that will pick up the errors immediately.
But are there other, besides proficiency testing, which we'll discuss a little bit more in a moment, are there other ways that a clinical laboratory finds out, such as your own and others that you're familiar with, that it made a mistake, an error?
Well, again, in the case of bone marrow transplantation, as I explained, if we give marrow to a recipient that doesn't match, the patient comes down with graft versus host disease and can die because there was an incorrect match. So in the clinical setting, a mistake is fairly drastic.
So in other words, would it be fair to say this, that in the clinical setting, you do a DNA typing, bone marrow, solid organ transplant, and post-transplant infectious disease screening, and if your laboratory made a mistake, that would become known because of an actual outcome with the patient, and you'd hear about it.
That's correct.
And you'd really hear about it, wouldn't you?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in the context of a forensic test, is there a difference in terms of finding out whether or not an error has been made in a case? Or how easy is that to determine?
It's extremely difficult because in the legal system, we depend upon the jury to decide what's truth and what's not truth. So it's really, there's no independent way of confirming whether the correct decision was made or not.
Well, but put another way, in terms of the forensic labs as opposed to the clinical labs, there's no independent outcome, objective independent outcome that you can make a comparison to. Would that be a fair statement? So would you agree that in that respect, the error weights are not as well known in the forensic setting?
That's true.
In terms of your examination of the laboratory standards in clinical laboratories, in terms of the protocols, procedures, and the standards set out by accrediting agencies, compared to the 23 forensic labs that you've looked at, which has the higher laboratory standards in terms of specimen handling and basic fundamental DNA techniques?
In a clinical lab, we have, as I mentioned, a number of agencies that inspect us. We're always being inspected. These agencies, they're mandatory guidelines, mandatory requirements. There are laws that we have to follow. So the standards are fairly high, and they're mandated to be high by law. In a forensic laboratory, there isn't a similar organization that has mandatory accreditation for those kinds of laboratories. So
now, at the
lower standards in the forensic labs.
The ASCLD program, to your understanding, is that that's a voluntary program?
It's voluntary.
And I think there's been testimony in this case that DOJ and Cellmark are accredited, but the LAPD is not. Is that your understanding?
That's correct.
All right. Now, in terms of proficiency testing, you began to tell us before. Could you tell us briefly a little bit more about that National Bone Marrow Donor Transplant Program? How many samples does your lab get a month?
At the present time, we're getting 200 actual samples a month, of which 40 are controls that are incorporated into what comes into the lab, and we don't know which 40 are the controls.
So you think that the all 60 samples that you're getting that month that you have to do DNA typing on, you think that's a regular case?
They're not marked in any way. We know 10 of them are controls, but we don't know which 10.
And in terms of the definitions that we've been using in this case, would you, is that an external blind proficiency test? That is, it's done by an outside agency and the laboratory is blind, that is to say, you don't know whether it's a real case or not.
That's true.
You also undergo what we've called open proficiency tests. That is, you know you're being tested and you're sent samples. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And have you reviewed the proficiency tests that have been done by LAPD, DOJ, and Cellmark and other forensic laboratories?
I have.
All right. And in terms of the proficiency tests themselves, the kinds of samples received and the nature of it, in your judgment, which is more rigorous, the clinical proficiency tests you've described or the forensic proficiency tests that you've reviewed of LAPD, Cellmark, et cetera?
Well, in order for a proficiency test to be realistic, it should really mimic exactly what you're trying to test as far as an ability for a lab to do something. And so what you attempt to do is design these samples to be exactly like what you're claiming to test. And in a clinical setting, that means that the samples that are sent to us are essentially identical to a patient sample, and it comes in and it's incorporated into our normal run for that day, our normal testing for that day, and then it's treated in the same way, and you report the results just like you would any patient. In the forensic setting, that's a little more difficult because of the fact that, remember, these samples come in an infinite variety of states, conditions, places where they were found, how old they are, what they were exposed to in terms of humidity and temperature and length of time. And so it's extremely difficult to mimic that on all different kinds of varieties of specimens that you might do. And mixtures are another problem. You should really do the hardest possible type of specimen to get an idea about the maximum error rate when you have the hardest test.
Dr. Gerdes.
That would be a degraded mixed specimen with very little DNA, for instance.
Have those kinds of samples done in the proficiency tests that were performed by LAPD, Cellmark, and DOJ?
Objection, no foundation.
Sustained.
Have you reviewed the CTS and CAP proficiency tests that were done by LAPD in this case?
Yes,
Have you reviewed them, some that were done by DOJ?
yes,
Have you reviewed some of Cellmark's tests?
yes.
All right. In your judgment, in terms of the nature of proficiency tests, which are more rigorous, the clinical or the forensic?
Same objection.
Sustained.
In terms of the samples that are given to the laboratories for proficiency tests, which are more rigorous, the ones encountered in the clinical work or the forensics?
Same objection.
Sustained. Counsel, the problem is the testimony was the same for some of the proficiency tests. I don't know what range. You may have looked at one proficiency test per lab. That doesn't tell me anything.
All right. How many proficiency, have you looked at every proficiency test done by the LAPD?
Yes.
All right. Have you looked, how many proficiency tests did you look at from the Department of Justice?
I can't remember a precise number. It was somewhere in a range of between 6 and 10.
All right. And incidentally, are these were the Department of Justice and LAPD doing some of the same tests?
Yes,
In other words, the CTS and CAP tests that they were doing are the same, precisely the same samples.
but sent to different labs, yes.
Okay. Now, in terms of what you reviewed in those laboratories, and comparing that to the clinical tests you're familiar with, which would you say, in terms of the samples, are the more rigorous ones, more rigorous proficiency tests?
Same objection.
Forward.
In the proficiencies that I saw, all of those proficiency tests involved unmixed blood specimens from known individuals or easier types of specimens. None of them were degraded or mixtures, for instance.
So you would say the
So I would
forensics?
say forensics.
Excuse me, gentlemen. You're gonna have to stop talking at the same time, especially you, Mr. Scheck. Slow down a little.
That's my fault.
All right, no, the court reporter's writing me messages.
Finally, Dr. Gerdes, are you familiar with the use of statistics in terms of DNA tests?
Yes.
Are you an expert in population genetics?
No.
Are you a user of some of those statistics?
Yes.
All right. Are you aware of statistical controversies in terms of, withdrawn, let me put it this way. To your knowledge, in terms of the DNA test results in the clinical setting, is there any controversy over statistics
There is.
in the clinical setting?
Oh, in the clinical setting? I'm sorry. In the clinical setting, for the majority of the testing we do in that setting, there's no statistics involved.
When you say no statistics involved, what do you mean?
Well, the kinds of questions you would ask, for instance, if we're doing HLA, we're asking the question is, we have two individuals, or do they have precisely the same HLA? And you have the two individuals right there, so you don't have to calculate what chance at random that would happen in a population, because you know what two individuals you're looking at. You're either looking at a known person who needs that transplant, and you're looking at a donor, and you know both of those people.
Are you aware, in forensics, I take it, one uses databases to calculate statistics.
Yes.
Are you aware of the statistical controversy in forensics?
Objection, I'm sorry, no foundation calls for hearsay, also assumes facts, not an evidence.
He can say yes or no, he's aware of it.
Are you aware of it?
I'm aware of it.
Incidentally, Doctor, have you reviewed the report on DNA technology and forensic science by the National Research Council?
Yes.
Do you regard that as an authoritative text?
Yes.
Do you rely upon the conclusions in that text?
Yes.
And have you read the section there dealing with statistical controversy? Just
Yes.
fact. All right. All right, I believe we're finished with this board. Dr. Gerdes, did you conduct an examination of DQ alpha hybridization strips at the Los Angeles Police Department that began on May 20th, 1993, strips that from May 20th, 1993 through August 25th, 1994?
I did.
And could you please tell us what kinds of data these strips came from?
Oral.
Or did you get these from the prosecution?
Yes, they were provided.
Did you go to the lab and look at some of them?
I did.
All right. Were you provided something that were known as LAPD validation studies?
Yes.
What were those?
Well, LAPD, when they first set this up in May of 1993, they collected specimens from.
I'm sorry. Objection, no foundation.
Sustained.
All right. Did you receive documentation from the Los Angeles Police Department entitled Validation Studies?
There is a cover page that discusses that they looked at various specimens for the purpose of validation. I don't think it was really titled Validation Studies, but I have called it that, and they use it as on that page it discusses using these specimens for the purpose of validation.
Your Honor, I show the witness what's previously been marked as Defense 1181A.
All right, are you showing that to Mr. Clark?
Actually, while we're at it, 1181B as well.
Nope. Wait.
You said Clark. Go on, Clark.
Clark and Clark. Thank you.
Yes.
And I just briefly put those in the yellow note to remind the jury what we're looking at. So this is a document entitled PCR Method Validation Training Record.
Yes, I didn't recall that they actually titled it as such. It looks like they did.
And 1181B is, represents what?
This is a list of some of the standards, the individuals that they use for the validation.
So in other words, what they're indicating here is that a series of blood stains, saliva from swabs and cigarette butts, hair, blood, saliva, and hair sets, mock vaginal swabs, 9 known blood stains, family studies. These are known samples that were then sent out to the analyst to type. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And it indicates here that all the above validation work was performed by Aaron Riley and Colin Yamauchi, and every validation sample either gave the expected typing result or no typing result was observed. At no time was an incorrect typing result observed.
That's what it says.
All right. Now, did you review all the hybridization scripts based on this PCR validation set of samples from the LAPD?
I did.
All right. And did you review as well all the LAPD proficiency test strips from their internal tests, from the proficiency tests from the Collaborative Training Service, and the College of American Pathology?
Yes.
Objection to foundation.
Oh,
Did you review samples that were received by LAPD from what is called their Korean database?
Yes.
All right. And that is blood samples from people that are self-described to be Koreans that they typed. Is that right?
That's correct.
Did you look at casework strips during this period of May 1993 to August 1994?
There were some casework strips, yes.
All right. Did you look at as many as you were permitted to see?
I looked at everything they gave me.
And when you evaluated the casework strips, withdrawn, on the proficiency tests, the validation studies, and the Korean database samples, did you know that the sources of those samples?
Yes.
So they're known types, is that correct?
They're standards. That's correct.
Standards. Now, in the casework, when you looked at the various strips from casework, did you know the source of every one of those samples in a set of casework strips?
No.
Which strips would you know in a casework sample came from a known source?
That would be the positive control and the negative controls from that particular case. And any sample that was referred to as a reference sample would have been known to have come or defined to have been derived from one individual.
All right, let's just review it now for a second. The positive control, is that the 1.1/4 DNA sample that comes with the DQ alpha kit?
That's correct.
The negative control, or the negative controls, there's 2 kinds of negative controls?
Yes.
All right. One kind is what's known as the extraction control. That would be a a sample that is not supposed to contain DNA?
Yeah, the extraction control consists of basically using the substrate, which would be a control swab or a piece of cloth that is run through the DNA extraction process all the way through to the typing process, and it controls for foreign DNA that might have been incorporated or accidentally introduced into that test during those procedures.
And is there another control that is introduced at the end of the process when you amplify up the DNA?
Yes.
That's called a negative amplification control?
An
is
amplification
LAPDs?
blank, some people call it a water control. It basically does not go through the procedures involved in extracting DNA. It is incorporated at the stage where you copy the DNA or amplify the DNA, and so it only controls for the accidental incorporation of DNA at that stage.
Now, and a known reference sample in a case would be, let's say, in a sexual assault case, if they took a sample from the victim, that would be a blood sample, that would be considered a known. Is that right?
It's considered to have come from one individual. I wouldn't know the type, the anticipated type, but it is, I think, it's safe to assume that is defined to have been obtained from a single individual. Should not be a mixture.
When you're looking at a DQ alpha strip from a reference sample in casework from a known individual, you should see no more than 2 alleles or
That's correct.
2. If you see 3 alleles,
That's an indication that it has to be a mixture, or in this case, since it was defined as having come from one individual, if you have an indication of 3 there, then that has to be contamination. It has to be foreign DNA that was incorporated or somehow got into that sample.
All right. So when you looked at the casework strips from LAPD, you were examining to see whether there was contamination?
Yes.
And you would determine that by looking at the positive controls that come with the kit, known reference samples, and the 2 kinds of, and the negative controls.
Correct.
All right. And incidentally, if you get a dot, something showing up in the negative control, does that indicate contamination?
Absolutely.
All right. So did you conduct an analysis of all these strips from the validation studies, the proficiency tests, the Korean database, and all the casework samples that you could see at the LAPD from May of 1993 when they started through August of 1994?
I did.
And what I'd like to do now, Your Honor, is put up a chart, and also, Doctor, do you have a set of strips that would illustrate how you read them and went through your analysis to determine contamination?
Yes.
And I've shown this previously, Mr. Park. Mark this strip, defendants next to me.
1286, Mr. Robertson. 1286.
Park is looking at it like.
All right, we'll mark this chart next in order 1287. This is called strips % of contamination and or artifacts. Mr. Scheck.
Yes, first maybe we could pull up and look at the entire sheet here. Describe for us what this is generally. Now, is this the way you were? Is this the form in which you received most of this data?
Yes,
All right. And up on the top, it says what? DNA hybridization record?
yes,
And that would indicate the 825. Does that indicate the date that this hybridization was run?
yes,
And on top, it indicates an analyst there. Is that a gentleman that you know works in the DNA lab? His
Yes.
name has been discussed, Harry Clan.
yes,
And underneath it, where it indicates confirming analyst, that would be the initials of who?
Colin Yamauchi.
All right. And below then are the strips. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And below that is the data that the analyst would write down, recording what the analyst is seeing or concluding. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And it lists what each of these things is: the negative control, the positive control, and the samples.
Correct.
All right. Now, we focus in here. Did you find contamination in this series of strips from the Korean database?
I did.
Sustain.
All right. Could you
Sorry, strike the answer.
Answer is stricken. Jury's to disregard.
would you describe for us what you observed in these samples and what conclusion you drew?
No, same objection as the foundation.
It's a multiple question. He can describe what he observed at this
Please first tell us what you observed.
I observed the typing results of these particular strips.
All right. And what were these based on? What were these strips to represent?
In this particular case, they were typing the Korean database. So the top strip is the negative control.
So
That's the amplification negative control we talked about earlier. The second is the positive control, which is the positive control that's incorporated in the kit. That's the 1.14 control.
excuse me for a second, Dr. Griggs. Maybe it would be easier. I think that
Henry, go up.
you've learned how to use this device.
I think
Your
so.
Honor, may he leave the witness stand and use
Yes.
the pointer, please? Describe for the jury how you analyze this strip.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I have an objection as to the foundation as to this entire exhibit.
Sustain.
What, reviewing these records, what do these records represent? What do these strips represent based on these records?
Same objection?
Sustain.
Where did you get this from?
I obtained this from, during discovery, it was obtained from the Los Angeles Police Department.
And based on these records, what were you told this represented?
Objection calls for hearsay.
Sustain.
All right. From whom did you learn what this was?
Well, same objection.
Overruled.
Do you have any conversations with Mr. Did you ever visit the lab and discuss how these records were put together with Mr. Yamauchi and Mr. Matheson?
Yes.
All right. And based on those conversations, what is your understanding of what these records represent?
Same objection.
All right, I'm going to allow testimony on this subject to a foundation being laid for what it is. Proceed.
My understanding is that this represents a particular typing run of on which there are a number of individuals from the Korean database and a positive control and a negative control.
All right. Could you please, now in analyzing the strips, the back, okay. Could you please,
Still have the same objection to the foundation.
Noted. Thank you.
Please,
It's be a standing objection to this type of document.
please tell us what these strips are, according to their records?
The top strip, and I'm trying to get an arrow to work.
I don't think that's. You have to draw on that and see if I can move it.
This and then-
Okay, good. He's got it. He's got it.
Okay.
Okay,
So,
move it around.
okay, this particular strip right here that moves along all the way across this strip.
Here would be the strip marked 261-1.
What is that?
Correct. 261-1 represents the negative amplification control for this particular set of strips. Oops.
What's the next one down?
The next one down here represents the positive control, 261-2. And as you can see, it types as a 1.14.
Okay. What's the next one down?
The next series represents
Genotype, or an extra allele.
yes.
All right, could you tell us which ones?
Well, none of these particular samples were typed as having a 4 allele. But you can see here, and if you bring it up a little further, I think it's clearer, that you can see a 4 dot here, confirmed by the 1.2, 1.34 dot here. And that's on this particular sample, and it's also on this particular sample here, and it's on this particular sample here. In this case, there's a dot present because this was a 1.2.
Now, what does the existence of the 4 lighting up at 261-4 and the 1.3 dot lighting up at 261-4 in that strip, and the 4 and the 1.234 dot lighting up on the 261-6 strip? What are those? What's the significance of that?
Well, the significance of those weak dots are that there really should not be more than 2 alleles here. That represents a third allele. These samples came from a database, presumably from single individuals, and therefore that represents human DNA that shouldn't be there, and that's what our definition of contamination is.
And that holds, I take it, also for 261-7?
Yes.
Now, if we move back a little bit. Focusing on another part of the sheet. How did LAPD, what observations did they make with respect to some of these samples in terms of that 4?
They recorded the presence of those, but didn't incorporate them into their typing result.
So in other words, in the 4th
So you
strip
can
down
see.
there, you're pointing that they recorded as a 1.1 with a 4, is that correct?
Correct.
And
I'm sorry, possible with the chart.
Yes.
put this down for the comment. And in the 7th strip down, again, those, and what does that nomenclature indicate? 4 less than C?
It indicates that there was a 4 dot observed, but it was less than the control dot. And the control dot, if you remember, is a dot that determines whether or not there was an adequate amount of DNA to proceed with typing.
Now, in your opinion, does the fact that that 4 is less than the control dot, does that mean that those 4s are not contaminants?
Absolutely not.
Why?
Because of there are a number of possible explanations as to why you would have that additional dot. And there are no known descriptions of that particular dot, the 4 dot, having what are known as cross hybridization problems. And so the only explanation for that particular dot is that it's a real, not an artifact, and that dot represents additional human DNA.
So in other words, additional human DNA, that 4 dot means that those samples are contaminated in some fashion somehow.
It does.
Now, did you, going through the strips that you looked at, and I asked that this be marked as, what's next in order?
1288.
1288. If I make a request is that to expedite this, could we reconfigure the arrows on the typing strip at the break?
Yes.
And then print it out?
Yes.
All right, should we give that a number? And I'll make sure to do that.
Yes, should be 1286A.
1286. And we'll do that with Mr. Clark at the break. And so this would be 1288. And did you... Did you conduct did you prepare a chart indicating in all the samples you looked at that the LAPD from the validation studies, the Korean database, the proficiency tests in the case orders, all the strips you looked at, how many times you saw a 4 allele in a known sample that where it shouldn't be, which in your opinion was contamination?
I did.
All right, and could you please explain what this chart represents?
Oh, this represents a graphical picture of that. Beginning in May, what we see is that they really didn't experience it initially. I didn't observe anyway these extra 4 dots.
So before you leave there, just so we understand what we're talking about, when that box says 5/93 and underneath it's 0/32, what does that represent?
This is May of 1993, and under here are the number of typing strips I looked at and how many times I found that 4 as an additional dot.
All right, so
And then this represents the percentage, which would be calculated from this and then displayed.
if I could move through it quickly then, 593, you looked at
Nothing.
32 strips, nothing.
693, 50 strips, nothing. 793, 56 strips, nothing. 893, 1 out of 38. And 993, now 9 out of 136. In 1093, there were 5 out of 97. In 1193, there were 2 out of 11. In 1293, 0 out of 17. January of 94, 18 out of 50. February, 0 out of 8. March, 1 out of 5. April, 18 out of 46. May, 4 out of 45. June, 1 out of 16. July, 1 out of 12. And August, 10 out of 61.
And then if we pull back and look at the chart as a whole, you then looked at those absolute numbers and created a simple bar graph of what that what this 4 allele contaminant represented
Correct.
as a percent.
Correct.
All right. And as far as the 4 allele is concerned, when you see an extra 4 allele, there's no question in your mind that's a contaminant.
It has to be contamination.
I'd like to look at what it has to be marked as, that's 1288, this would be 1289.
All right, 1289.
Did you do a similar analysis for the 1.2 allele?
Yes.
All right, now what is the 1.2 allele in the strip? Is there any particular dot for the 1.2 allele?
No, there isn't a specific probe for this particular allele. You depend upon the 1.2, 1.3, 4 dot and interpret it in context of the other dots to make a decision as to whether it's really a 1.2 or not.
So did you perform a similar analysis in terms of numbers of strips and percentages whenever you saw an additional 1.2 allele on a known sample?
Yes,
All right. And this table represents that?
yes.
All right. And whenever you see a 1.2 allele, an extra 1.2 allele, in your opinion, is that definitely contamination?
It's definitely contamination.
Now I ask to mark what is 1290. Did you do a similar analysis for the number 2 allele?
I did.
And does this chart represent that?
It does.
All right. And it's a percentage analysis as well as the absolute analysis.
That's correct.
And just to move in, just to give us a sense of it. For example, in January of 1994, you're seeing what there?
20 out of 50 strips, which, whatever percentage that is. And in February, there was 0 out of 8, 2 out of 5 in March, 17 out of 46 in April, 2 out of 45 in May,
Et cetera.
et cetera.
Now, I'd ask to mark this as fence 1291.
So mark.
This would be an analysis of the 3 allele.
Correct.
And I take it that
They don't seem to have too much of a problem with the 3 allele. There's only one observation that was made, or I can't read it. I believe it's
3 out of 61.
3 out of 61, yes.
And when you see a 3 allele, is there any doubt in your mind, an extra 3 allele, that that's contamination?
It's definitely contamination.
Now, are there certain, what is known as what is an artifact in this DQ alpha system?
It's a result, a mistaken result that's as a result of a flaw in the system.
All right, now, is there some, in other words, that's it, you see a dot that is a result of some defect in the system, and it's not
Correct.
necessarily...
A limitation of the typing system itself has created that signal so that you can't really determine if it's real or not.
Mr. Scheck and Dr. Gerdes, please, you can't talk at the same time.
Is there a, with the 1.1 allele, is there sometimes something that arises as an artifact?
Yes,
All right, do you have something from the user guide that can demonstrate that for us?
I believe so. I gave it to you.
And I ask that this be marked as
1291,
1291,
excuse me, 1292, 1292.
1292.
Yeah.
We focus in on the strips 7 and 8 there. Now, what does this illustrate, Doctor?
Can you focus that a little better and get it enlarged a little better? These two strips represent a typing in which you have a classic example of what is known as the DX gene. And that is an artifact in this particular typing system. It's a limitation of this system. And it occurs when you have alleles other than the 1. So here we have a 2 and a 3, for instance, in both cases. And the C dot is found, and you can barely see it, but there's a 1.1 here in both of these strips.
Now, is that one?
Here
Right.
and here.
Okay. All right. Now, is that? No, maybe we should have Mr. Harris.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. Why don't you put another dot on the other one? 1.1 there. Okay. 1.1 there. And could you write on the upper left-hand side of the top of the chart DX? Do we know how to do that?
I believe so.
All right. Now, I take it then when you see a light 1.1 dot, but no 1 dot on the far left-hand side, is that correct?
That's correct.
That is what you call a classic DX.
Yes.
And what is, if you can, very, very simply, just tell us what that is. Why does that happen?
Well, the explanation is that there's another gene that's similar enough to the DQ alpha gene to have some of the probe signal, to give some probe signal on that particular dot. And so if you have a lot of DNA, and by the literature that means greater than 6 nanograms of DNA, you can sometimes see this artifact.
Now, let's assume that in these two instances that we're looking at where the arrows are pointing, those are the expected genotype from that sample is a 2 and a 3, right?
Correct.
Because the 2 and a 3 dots are lighting up.
That's correct.
Let's assume for that the real genotype that you're typing is a 1.3 2 or some other allele, a 1.3 or a 1 that would light up the 1 dot on the left-hand side.
Okay.
And you also saw a 1.1 dot.
Yes.
Could you tell whether that was the DX or a contaminant?
No,
Couldn't determine either way.
because the definition of DX requires that you have actually 2 probes here. One, the 1 dot confirms that there's actually a 1 there. So if there is another allele there that is a 1, that dot will light up, and now the 1.1 is really confirmed by that first dot, and so you can't make a decision, a scientifically sound decision, unless you do additional testing, sequence it, or do something else. Because in that particular setup, it could be a DX, or it could be a real allele.
Well, is it a good thing in terms of a typing system to have this kind of possible DX artifact that confuses interpretation?
No, the problem with this is if it's from one individual, you can sometimes, as in this case, make an excuse that that 1.1 is just an artifact. But if it's in a forensic sample and you don't know it's from one person, now you can no longer decide, is that real or is that due to a mixture? Especially in a situation where you have that 1 dot.
Now, when you went through the DOJ typing strips, did you do an analysis of instances where you found extra 1.1 alleles?
I did.
Now, could we print this out from the MLA?
Yes.
You already did? I think, okay. 1292A.
So marked.
And at an appropriate time, Your Honor, I'd ask to pass it to the jury because I understand that it's, in terms of seeing the light dots, it's easier on this one than it is on the monitor. I don't know.
Can you see it right now from that
I'm sorry?
1292 that you have? Is it clear on what the Elmo has printed out there?
Yeah, I think you can see it on the almost printed out.
All right, let's do it now, since if we do it later, the jury may not recollect what this relates to.
Thank you. Dr. Gurius, you would be fair to describe,
All right, excuse me, I'm sorry, Counselor. Record should reflect that the jury has, each member of the jury has had an opportunity to view 1292A.
and would 1292A,
A.
now would 1292A be described as the classic DX, right?
That's a classic example that's used to show this artifact phenomenon, yes.
How many times in your analysis of the looking at extra 1.1 alleles did you see the classic DX without a one dot?
Of the alleles that were counted as 1.1 extra dots, 7.6% of those were due to this classic kind of example.
And would that be 9 out of 46?
Yes.
All right. Now, what's the next one? I'm sorry.
1293, I
1293.
believe. Yes, 1293.
Did you chart in the same manner that you did? You create a chart of extra 1.1 dots that you saw.
Yes,
And is this that chart?
it is.
This again is representing May through August of 1994.
Correct.
So what you're telling us is that 9 of these 1.1s were the classic DX,
Correct.
and the rest of them were 1.1s where there were one dots present,
Correct.
where it could be a contaminant,
Correct.
or and we would call the classic DX an artifact.
Correct.
All right. Now, with respect to 1.3 dot, did you compile a similar chart of your observations of all the strips.
I did.
And I'd ask to mark this 1294. Now, the 1.3 allele, when you see an extra 1.3 allele, are there situations where that could be an artifact as opposed to a contaminant?
Yes, it's been observed and described in the literature that on this particular allele, if you use DNA concentrations greater than 6 nanograms, you can see faint signals on that particular dot.
Was it your understanding that the samples in question were contemplated to have as much as 6 nanograms, the ones that you looked at?
Some of these may have, yes.
All right. Does this represent the number of 1.3 alleles that you saw?
It does.
When you're looking at a forensic case and you see a 1.3 allele, an extra one, and the sample has less than 6 nanograms of template DNA, what is the best interpretation of that?
If it's less than that amount of DNA, the best interpretation is that it is a true contaminant. It's extra DNA.
Now, now I'd like to turn to the larger chart. Show a compilation of all those individual allele charts, pulling them all together to look at all the strips that you examined. And this is, what did we mark this as? 1287. On 1287, did you do an overall chart indicating what you found in terms of contamination and the artifacts you described, the 7DXs, over this period between May of 1993 and August of 1994?
I did.
And this represents absolute numbers and percentages.
Correct.
Now, did you also look at what are known as runs?
Yes.
What is a run as opposed to these strips?
On a given day, you will test a series of strips. It can be a minimum of perhaps 8 or as many as 30 or 40. But on a given day, if you look at all of those strips, that's called a run.
Now, did you do, so in other words, these are the individual strips by month,
Those are the individual strips.
and did you compile an analysis of runs, all the strips in a day, to see whether or not there was a definite contaminant on a run that didn't represent an artifact in any way?
I did.
All right. Let's take a look at that. Please describe for the jury what this chart represents.
So this represents,
Oh, I have to mark this. What this would be
1295.
1295, and this would be a chart entitled Runs, Percent with Contamination by Month, May 1993 through August of 1994.
correct.
All right, could you please describe what this represents?
Well, it's titled percent with contamination now, not contamination and or artifact. So what I would do is if you look at all the strips that are done on a given day, if you can look at those in the context of one another and make a scientific decision as to whether or not this is true contamination or not. And the kinds of things that would convince you that it's contamination is, let's say, for instance, I found a weak 1.1 on one strip that might be DX, might be an artifact, but if I also found a 1 dot on the no DNA control on that same day, and I found a 1 dot on the extraction control on that same day, and I found that same 1.1 dot on other strips that had 1s, where I can't make a decision. If you look at that all in context and look at the whole pattern, you can confirm that this is not just a random thing that happens at a low percentage of the time due to this DX artifact. It's really contamination.
Well, these charts represent, let's just take in May, May of 1993, there were 2 runs, but you didn't see any contamination in that run in that laboratory.
That's correct. They started in May, and they did 45 strips, if I remember correctly. None of those strips showed any indication of the kinds of things we're talking about as either artifacts or contamination.
All right, and that represents 2 runs.
That's only 2 days, that's right.
Then all of a sudden, June of 1993, what happens?
Well, they did 4 runs, 4 different days, they did typing strips. Viewing each of those in the context of one another, 2 of them were confirmed that now they have the presence of contamination in the lab.
And we're talking about this is contamination in negative controls, or the 4 allele, 3 allele, 1.2 allele, and the 1.1 under circumstances where you can confirm it's definitely contamination and not an artifact.
That's correct. By the criteria I mentioned earlier, where I can definitely confirm that this is contamination, not one of these artifacts.
Now, as a DNA laboratory director, when you start seeing on the runs in June of 1993 that 50%, what would that be, 50%? 50% of contamination. As a laboratory director, what do you do when you're dealing with the PCR system?
Well, anyone who's worked with this system for any given amount of time, you become extremely paranoid about this problem. So if your controls show any indication, and I mean any indication of contamination, what you do is you shut down, you bleach, you clean, you make all your reagents over, you run a large series of control strips, make sure they're clean, and then you start over if all of that works.
Is if you don't do that and you just ignore the contamination, is there a problem because this is chronic and accumulates?
Yes, if you don't identify the source of the contamination and remove it, it stays in the laboratory. And you don't know where it is, and it will become evident on a sporadic and random basis initially, but eventually it will tend to build up. And I didn't point it out on those other strips, but you can see a buildup from 93 to 94 in the occurrences. You can see it here as well on the run strip. That it started with nothing, all of a sudden they have 50, now they're up to 66% or 2/3 of the strips, and on some months,
2/3 of the runs.
are the runs, and on some months it goes all the way up so that all of the runs are contaminated.
Now, when you find contamination like this, it could be from any of a number of sources or procedures.
Yes,
And it's what you say that should laboratories document contamination?
in my opinion, it's absolutely imperative.
Should you document the steps that are taken to correct the contamination problem once you have it in your laboratory?
Yes.
How important is that?
I think it's extremely important. In fact, there are forensic guidelines that state that that is a recommendation that they should do, that they should actually do that in forensic labs. We do it in research
Can you
labs.
stop
and
right
clinical
there?
labs.
You say forensic guideline. What are you talking about?
It's called the Twig-Dam Guidelines. It stands for the Technical Working Group of DNA Analysis Methods.
It's just basic sound laboratory practice that if you can detect the amount of contamination that you saw on the runs at the LAPD right away, that you have to document it and document all the steps that ought to be taken to correct it?
You should document that it happened, document what you did to fix it, document what you did to determine it's been removed from the lab, and then proceed.
And could this contamination also come simply from the methods that you use to handle samples?
Excuse me, objection calls for speculation.
Sustain.
All right. Does contamination arise from sample handling methods?
Objection, no foundation.
Sustain.
In your experience as a DNA laboratory director, what are the various sources of contamination problems, such as the ones you saw here at the LAPD?
Well, as I've described that already, you can have introduction of foreign DNA by handling a specimen in such a way that you're not careful, that you can't get transfer of DNA from one sample to another. So if you're working in this case with these samples are known to come from single individuals, that's one possible explanation as to how it got there. Is you handled it, in a sloppy manner, and you've accidentally introduced somebody's DNA into that particular sample during the process of preparing it and handling it.
Now, just in terms of the strips of the samples that you were looking at, you were looking at known samples from these validation studies. Is that correct?
Yes,
You were looking at samples as part of a database where the laboratory receives a single blood sample, has to type it.
correct,
You were looking at the positive controls on casework, correct?
correct.
Now, those are not supposed to be, I take it, degraded samples or mixtures.
No, those are going to be the easiest possible sample to type. You've got a lot of DNA there, or adequate DNA certainly, and they should be defined from single individuals.
So the analysis of contamination that you've just presented to us is based upon known exemplars or easy samples.
Yes.
Actually, I think it's probably good before I get to the May or July trips.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our recess for the lunch hour. Please remember all of my admonitions to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't form any opinions about the case. Don't conduct any deliberations until the matter has been submitted to you. Don't allow anybody to communicate with you with regard to the case. We'll stand in recess until 1:30. All right, Dr. Gerdes, you're ordered to come back at 1:30. Back on the record in the Simpson matter, all parties are again present. The jury is not present. All right, Deputy McNair, let's have the jury, please. Dr. Gerdes, would you resume the... All right, let the record reflect that we've been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel. Dr. Gerdes, would you resume the witness stand, please? All right, the record should reflect that Dr. John Gerdes is on the witness stand undergoing direct examination by Mr. Scheck. Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
Doctor, you're reminded, sir, you are still under oath. Mr. Scheck, you may continue with your direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Your Honor, we showed Mr. Clark over lunch the printout from that I think we designated Korean database for contaminant that we didn't print before, and that is 1286A.
So noted.
And I'd like to put that back for a second on the
Sure. Mr. Harris?
Sir, Now, Dr. Gerdes, this was the set of strips from the Korean database where you identified for us before the 4 contaminant in those known samples. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Now, let me call your attention to the very top strip. What strip is that?
That's the negative amplification control.
And in this instance, the negative amplification control, did that show any contamination or any dots on it?
No, it did not.
Yet, on these set of strips, you've identified contaminating alleles in samples. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Well, doctor, how could it be that you have contaminants on the strip, but the negative control doesn't show any foreign DNA?
Well, this is well known, has been described in the National Research Council, and obviously I've observed it in my review of the strips from the LAPD, and it basically has to do with the fact that when you have contamination and it's at a low level of contamination, you can find situations where it's not necessarily going to find its way onto all of the control strips. So in this particular case, we can see that it's present in the items, but it's not present on the strip.
So, in terms of
Control strip.
would it be fair to say, in terms of these methods, that just because controls are negative for one set of experiments, that doesn't mean that the specimen strips aren't contaminated?
That's true.
You mentioned the National Research Council report. Do you have that book in front of you?
Yes, I do.
That is the study DNA Technology and Forensic Science from the National Research Council.
Yes.
And this reference that you made, would that be on page 67? Or one of the places that this phenomenon is mentioned?
Sustained.
All right. Do you rely upon the National Research Council? Let me direct your attention to page 67 of that document.
Okay.
All right. Do you rely upon this as an authoritative scientific test with respect to the issues of contamination in forensic PCR applications?
Yes.
All right. Could I have this, I've shown this to the council, could I have this page be marked as
1296.
show you what's been marked as 1296. Is this page, is that a accurate reproduction of the section you just referred to in your testimony as one of the conclusions of the National Research Council?
Yes, it is.
All right. Your Honor, may I put that in the ELMO and read it to the jury?
Yes.
Before we leave this, I'm sorry. Could you, Mr. Harris, could you mark, could you direct Mr. Harris to mark the top strip, which you identified as the negative control, where there was no contamination, it was clean, but on the set of strips where there was nonetheless contamination on the specimens. That would be the top one?
That would be the very top strip, yes.
Could you mark that, Mr. Harris, on the left-hand side, NC? All right, and could we print this out as, or can we leave
What's that, 1286B?
1286B? Doctor, was this the paragraph you were referring to?
Yes, it is.
All right. Now, it says, moreover, it should be remembered that controls are useful for monitoring general contamination in a laboratory, not the accuracy, of a particular experiment.
A little late at this point.
I didn't realize it was on the shelf.
Sustain.
Is the National Research Council report in this section, are these conclusions the kind of data that's DNA scientists in your field rely upon in forming conclusions with respect to scientific matters?
No foundation.
Oh,
This NRC report represents a report that was put together by a panel of respected scientists and is well known to be the consensus opinion at the time it was published and is relied upon.
Have you relied upon the NRC report in this particular section in forming your opinions with respect to this case and on the issue of forensic DNA typing?
It's one aspect of the foundation for my opinions, yes.
All right. May I now display it? Get back now. It says, moreover, it should be remembered that controls are used for monitoring general contamination in the laboratory, not the accuracy of a particular experiment. If a blank control is positive in one experiment, it indicates a potential problem, not just for that experiment, but for any experiment performed at about the same time. Now, if I could stop right there, when they use the term experiment, how does that relate in terms of these PCR strips? What are they referring to?
Well, each you could look at it in two ways, really. Each strip could be called an experiment, or the entire run would be an experiment.
So when they're saying that the accuracy of a particular set of strips or a particular experiment, that one set of strips withdrawn. When they say here, if a blank control is positive in one experiment, it indicates a potential problem not just for that experiment, but for any experiment performed at about the same time. Now, a blank positive control, a blank control there, is that what we've been talking about as negative controls?
Yes.
All right. So if a negative control is positive in a certain period when typing is done, what are they saying with respect to the potential for contamination on other sets of strips where the controls are negative?
They're saying that just because that if you have one strip that shows or any indication of contamination, that can't be interpreted that another experiment that was done on the same day or around the same time period even, you can't assume now that the laboratory is clean, because this is a random, sporadic process. You can't automatically assume that just because the other strip is clean, that the entire run that was associated with that clean strip might not be contaminated.
And it goes on to say that even in a laboratory contaminated with PCR carryover, blank controls do not necessarily become contaminated on every occasion. It would be wise to repeat all work with samples that have never been exposed to the PCR typing laboratory. Now, when they say exposed, what in your judgment does that mean?
Well, it means exactly what it says, and that is the sample should not have even entered the doors of that laboratory.
All right. Goes on to say, in view of the problem of contamination due to handling and carryover, laboratories must incorporate contamination control into their standard operating procedures. And outbreaks of contamination and the steps taken to correct the problem should be documented. Do you agree with that?
I do.
Were your findings Now referring here to 1295. Your findings is represented here on 1295 in terms of runs contaminated at the LAPD. Does this represent outbreaks of contamination in your judgment?
Definitely.
And in terms of documentation, and I bring you back here for 1 second to 1296A. The Korean database with the 4 contaminant with a negative control K9 blank. Now, did the analysts from the LAPD record the presence of a weak 4 allele, or what you're calling the contaminant allele, on these strips?
The analysts recorded 3 of those, yes.
So in other words, when you were finding what you've identified as contaminants on these runs, in about what percentage of the times would the analysts from the LAPD actually write down or note on the sheet the presence of the contaminant allele?
Prosecuting objection assumes facts not in evidence.
Sustained.
Also no foundation.
Sustained.
Well, how many times would you see in the records of these strips that the LAPD analyst would write down and identify the presence of what you're calling the extra allele?
Same objection as foundation.
Sustained.
Well, when you looked at these sheets of paper, would you see written on it an indication of the presence of what you call the extra allele?
Yes.
All right. And about what percentage of the time would there be on those documents written down an indication of that extra allele?
Objection, no foundation.
All right, I'll allow this subject to a foundation for the source of these documents to be laid later.
I don't recall the exact percentage, but I'd say somewhere between 85 and 90% of the time, the allele was recorded.
Now, would it be fair to say then that there was at least a record in the laboratory of what you're calling the contaminant allele?
Yes.
All right. Was there any documentation that you saw on these sheets, these typing sheets, of recording an outbreak of contamination, and did you receive any documents from them indicating steps taken to correct it?
Objection vague.
Oh,
There was one occasion when it was documented in the notes that the contamination was recognized and recorded. Other than that, no.
Finished book three. Now, moving to the period of testing in this case.
Shapiro, would you flip that chart on, please? Thank you. Thank you.
Did you find?
All right, have we marked this, Mr.
No, I'm sorry.
Should be 1297.
1297. This chart, this is, yeah, background marker. Dr. Gerdes, this chart is entitled Runs in Strips, Percent of Contamination and or Artifact. And it indicates below May, June, and July. What year is that?
1994.
All right, could you do me a favor, and I apologize for the chart making. Could you write on the top of this May through June 1994, right? Right after it says artifacts. Now, the period May through, I asked you to write down May through June, and it has July on it.
Oh.
Well, you did what you asked.
Right. I'm an idiot. I mean, let the record reflect I corrected it to July. Now, Dr. Gerdes, is May through July of 1994 the period bracketing the testing done in this case?
It is.
All right. And did you see essentially the results consistent with your overall findings of contamination in the laboratory during this period?
Yes, the contamination persists through that period.
I'd like to mark this
1298.
1298. And this chart is entitled Percent of Contamination by Control, May through July 1994. Now, Dr. Gerdes, what does this chart represent?
In this particular chart, we look at the negative controls and ask the question, where do we find contamination in those? And you'll recall those particular controls should have no dot at all, no indication of DNA, because they represent a negative control, meaning no DNA.
Now, you indicated that there are two kinds of negative controls used at the LAPD. One, extraction controls, and the other one, negative amplification controls.
Yes.
All right, and this chart represents, is it your finding that 10 out of 25 negative extraction controls were contaminated during the period May through July of 1994?
Yes.
And no 0 of 7 or no negative amplification controls were contaminated?
That's correct.
Now, what does that indicate about the source of the contamination, or what phase of the DNA testing process would be the source of the contamination based on these findings?
Objection, no foundation calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Right. What is the at what phase of the DNA testing process would there be contamination in an extraction control?
The extraction control is as you recall, is where the analyst will use a control swab or a piece of cotton cloth and then go through the entire manipulation and DNA extraction procedure. So it's going to be a control that will detect human DNA that shouldn't be there during that manipulation stage and during the DNA extraction stage.
So would it be fair to say from your findings in the period of May through July of 1994 that the contamination in the controls was occurring during the sample handling and extraction phase of the DNA process?
That's
Objection,
correct.
I'm sorry, objection, no foundation calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Now, Dr. Gerdes, in your review of other forensic laboratories, have you made assessments of the existence or non-existence of contamination?
I have.
In any of the 23 laboratories whose work you've reviewed and the 7 laboratories that you visited, based on the data you've seen, have you seen any, how does the LAPD rate in terms of levels of contamination?
Objection, no foundation.
Sustained.
All right. In looking at other laboratories, what data have you had to assess the existence or non-existence of contamination?
I've had the strips for the incident case that I was looking at, plus the controls that were run around that time.
Have you, in other labs, seen more than just that?
In some laboratories, yes, specifically in Cellmark in association with this case, and at the Department of Justice in association with this case.
All right. And in terms of in terms of that data compared to the extent of contamination you saw in those laboratories and the extent of contamination at LAPD, how does the LAPD rate?
Same objection, no foundation.
Sustained.
Did you detect contamination at some levels in other laboratories?
Yes.
All right. Was it at the levels that you found at the Los Angeles Police Department?
Same objection.
Sustained.
Well, let's try it this way. In your judgment, how serious is this problem of contamination that you found at the Los Angeles Police Department?
It's extremely serious.
In terms of speaking as a DNA laboratory director, in terms of the standards used by accrediting groups such as the National Marrow Donor Program, what action would be taken concerning a laboratory that had the level of contamination you found at the LAPD?
Objection, no foundation, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Well, are you familiar with the standards used by organizations such as the National Marrow Donor Program to assess contamination in
Yes.
DNA laboratories?
Yes.
DNA laboratories that use PCR techniques.
Yes.
All right. And by those standards, what remedies, are there remedies that accrediting agencies use when they find contamination or other quality assurance problems in laboratories?
Yes.
What are those remedies?
They would shut the lab down with this level of contamination.
Now, is the LAPD, in terms of levels of contamination, worse than any other forensic laboratory you've ever seen?
Definitely. By far.
Now, you refer to the validation. Like put on the envelope again, 1181A. And if you recall, is this the statement concerning PCR method validation training record from the LAPD?
Yes, it is.
And I call your attention to the statement, every validation sample either gave the expected typing result or no typing results were observed. At no time was an incorrect typing result observed. All right. Now, did you find, looking at the validation samples run and comparing it to the chart of knowns, typing results that were not the ones expected?
Yes, I did.
In how many instances?
5.
Well, with respect to the, and did you find, how many errors did you find overall in validation studies and proficiency tests?
5.
5. Could you briefly indicate what those are, when those occurred?
Yes, I'll have to refer to my notes for that.
Please do.
Yes.
Please go ahead.
Okay. On May 25th, 1994, there was a hair shaft had a type recorded as a 1.22, and the hair was a 2.3 hair. So that's an incorrect type. On 9/21/93, there was a vaginal swab standard. The type anticipated was a 1.2, 1.3. It was typed a 1.24. So that is an error. Again, on 9/9/93, there was that same standard, and it should have been typed a 1.24, and it was, no, excuse me, should have been typed a 1.2, 1.3, and it was typed as a 1.24.
Before you move on, I show you, I'm sorry, I showed it to you before. This is 11, what has previously been marked as 1181C. Actually, while I'm at it, why don't I just show you 1181C, E, E, and 1182. There's one of these sheets just identified for us. You recall the testimony of Mr. Yamauchi with respect to a particular typing he did on one of these validation studies.
Yes, I do.
All right. Is one of the errors that, one of the typings that you're calling as an error, was one of those performed by Mr. Yamauchi?
Yes, it is.
All right, and could you identify which of those exhibits represents that particular typing?
It's Exhibit 1181C.
Is that the one that you were just referring to in your notes?
Yes.
Just put that, can we bring that back? Could you identify for us which of those is the incorrect typing?
It's the second strip down, 19-2 item.
And the typing there is recorded as a 1.24
Correct.
for this sperm fraction?
Correct.
And what should it be?
It should be a 1.2, 1.3.
You consider that an error?
I do.
Now, could you please go on and finish your description of the errors in typing that you observed?
Yes. On 7/15/93, there was a reference blood sample, that was typed in error as a 1.34 when in reality it was a proficiency sample that should have been a 1.24. And again on 7/14/93, that same reference blood sample was again typed as a 1.34 when it should have been a 1.24.
Now, did you, in compiling, I'm sorry, the analysis that you've been describing for us, did you compile a table with the description of each of the strips you were examining and the typing for purposes of putting together these charts?
Yes, I did.
All right, and did you turn those over to us for us to turn them over to the prosecution?
Yes, I did.
All right, and that chart, you initially entitled that chart what? Or that table of data?
I believe it was, I don't have the original in front of me, I believe it was LAPD DQ alpha contamination events or something of that.
And at some point recently, did you just change the title of that chart?
Yes, I did.
And where did you change it to?
I changed it to LAPD DQ alpha unexpected alleles.
And why did you do that?
Because this is my raw data and it really does include that 7.9% of the 1.1s, for instance, that could be explained as DX. And my strategy in doing this was to simply record all additional dots that should not be there. This is my raw data. And then to go back to that and analyze the data later. So it was not correctly titled, and in the fact that those that minor percentage of 1.1s that could have been explained as DX are on this table.
Now, with respect to the errors, when you were compiling that table and reviewing it before you came here to testify, did you make another change with respect to errors?
Yes.
And could you explain that to the jury?
Yes, originally there was a hair shaft which was from a hair of a 1.2, 1.3 type, and it was called a 1.24, which is an error. However, in the typing of that strip, it was recorded by the analyst that there was no C dot. And I felt I could see a C dot, and that's why I recorded it as an error. But in fact, since the analyst recorded no C, they would not have interpreted that as an interpretable result, and I decided to not call it an error because they would not have reported it if they didn't feel like they saw the C dot.
Okay. Now, do you think it's a problem, Dr. Gerdes, for a DNA laboratory not to recognize that it has contamination in its laboratory?
Definitely.
Do you think it's a problem for a DNA laboratory not to recognize when it is making errors in its own validation study?
Sustained.
I'd like to turn now to the procedures that were used for the collection and handling and processing of samples in this case. And, Your Honor, what I'd like to do is go back to a set of slides that we used previously that are marked as 1149A that I've shown to Mr. Clark, entitled Cross-Contamination Factors.
We'll see.
Could we have the first slide, Mr. Harris? Now, did you identify certain procedures for the collection, handling, and processing of samples by the Los Angeles Police Department that, in your opinion, created risks of cross-contamination and error?
I did.
All right. Let's turn to 1159B. Now, do you recall the testimony in this case where Mr. Fung and Ms. Mazzola put wet blood swatches in plastic bags?
I recall that.
And in your opinion, is putting wet blood swatches in a plastic bag in the fashion that they described they did it in this case, what consequences can one expect from the point of view of microbiology and molecular biology?
Oh,
You're placing a wet, highly enriched material in a plastic bag at an elevated temperature on that particular day, which is the perfect environment for bacteria to grow. And so you're encouraging, under those circumstances, the growth of the bacteria, and the bacteria are going to grow and just eat the DNA.
When the bacteria eat the DNA, is that sometimes called degradation?
Yes.
And that can, as represented in this logo, if we assume that the one represents the DNA type of the blood on that specimen, with that arrow, and that arrow represents the bacteria eating away at it. All right, is that a fair description of the process we're talking about? In your opinion, was there a serious risk of degrading the Bundy blood drop samples, LAPD items 47, 48, 49, 50, and 52, by the way that they were put in plastic bags in this case?
sustain.
All right. What effect do you believe putting the blood swatches in the plastic bags and then putting them in the truck and then 7 hours later after their collection, finally removing them and putting them in test tubes? What effect, in your opinion, would putting them in the plastic bag for that period have?
Sustain.
All right. Are you familiar with the testimony of Mr. Fung and Ms. Mazzola that they collected these samples starting at around 11:30 on June 14th, put them in plastic bags, put them in the evidence truck, and then later at about 6 in the evening finally began the process of removing the wet swatches from the plastic bags and putting them in test tubes?
Oh,
Yes, I'm familiar with that.
All right. In your opinion, what effect? I'm sorry, June 13th. June 13th.
June 13th.
What effect would putting the wet blood swatches in the plastic bag, in your opinion, have in terms of bacterial
Well, it's going to encourage
degradation?
degradation, as we just.
Objection, no foundation.
sustain.
All right.
Excuse me, counsel. The problem is the foundation as far as criminology, collection of evidence, his familiarity with the techniques, etc. That's the problem.
Dr. Gerdes, you got your PhD in microbiology.
Yes.
All right. Could you explain to us what a microbiologist does in terms of collecting organisms in a field setting?
Well, a microbiologist is familiar with collection techniques for whatever specific bacterium or whatever organism they work with.
All right.
So it's a fundamental part of microbiology.
And does your background in microbiology is part of your basis for your opinion about the effects that putting these blood swatches in a plastic bag would have in terms of the facts of this case?
Yes.
And based on your background as a microbiologist and a molecular biologist, what is your opinion about the effects of bacterial degradation of red swatches in a plastic bag for the period in question?
Objection, no foundation. Request the opportunity to follow the rules.
Oh,
The effect would be that it's going to encourage degradation And the bacteria are definitely going to grow and degrade the DNA.
I think it's about perhaps the 8th time in this case we've heard that.
I know, but this is the first time from the defense witness.
Second time we've heard it from him today.
All right, let's move on to slide 1159E. Now, E. No? Now, when DNA samples, such as the swatches, the kind of red swatches we're dealing with in this case, when they're degraded, what does that do in terms of the risk of cross-contamination once they are in a DNA laboratory?
Objection, no foundation.
Sustain.
All right. Do you have familiarity with the processes that were used for handling the swatches in this case?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the testimony of Mr. Fung and Ms. Mazzola about how they took the red swatches out of plastic bags and placed them in test tubes on the evening of June 13th?
Yes,
All right. Have you seen their testimony about that?
I have.
Have you seen the evidence packaging boards that describe that?
Yes.
All right. Are you familiar with their testimony with respect to the next day, taking the blood swatches out of the tubes and scraping them with a pipette, putting them in the white papers that they call bindles, folding them up?
I'm familiar with that.
Are you familiar with how they then put those bindles into coin envelopes?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the testimony of Mr. Yamauchi as to what he did on the morning of June 14th, starting at around 9 a.m. through 11:20 a.m., when he processed the reference sample of Mr. Simpson, the Rockingham glove, and the Bundy swatches 47, 48, 49, 50, and 52?
I'm familiar with that.
Have you reviewed that testimony?
Yes.
Now, if one were to assume that the Bundy samples, that is the swatches 47, 48, 49, 50, and 52, were degraded, would that increase the risk of cross-contamination?
Objection, assumes facts not in evidence, also lack of foundation.
Sustain.
Well, in your opinion, sir, in terms of the handling of samples in a DNA laboratory, are there problems when one is handling degraded samples with low amounts or no DNA at the same time or period of location when handling samples with high contents of DNA?
Objection, no foundation.
Yes, there are definitely problems under those circumstances.
And is that a situation which increases the risk of cross-contamination?
Yes.
And why is that?
Well, I believe at the very beginning of my testimony, I described the fact that if you have something in high concentration next to something in low concentration, there's a greater chance that you can get a small amount of material from the substance with high concentration into the one with low, And so there's a greater risk of that kind of cross-contamination because you're handling the two at the same time, next to each other.
And the nodding of the jurors indicate they recollect that from this morning, too. And they recollect it from a month ago.
That was a month ago. Now, are there rules or practices, to your knowledge, in the various protocols for handling samples in forensic labs and other DNA laboratories with respect to handling a reference sample in the same location and in the same period as evidence samples?
Foundation.
Oh, well,
Yes, there are definite protocols for that.
And what are those protocols, and what is your understanding of those practices? What are the rules?
The rules are that you never handle a reference sample at the same time as any evidence.
Now, when you say at the same time, what are we talking about? Are we talking about, please describe that?
It means at the same in the same time
I'm sorry,
in terms of
objection calls for speculation.
oral.
well, same time means in the same setting, I guess is the way I would describe it. And that doesn't mean that it's in a sequence of events. It means that you don't have you have a separation in time by a matter of a span of at least 20 minutes or a half an hour. There's no really exact time period, but the way it's described in these protocols is that you handle the reference sample, you put it away, you bleach down, you totally clean up, you allow a period of time, and then you can handle evidence.
In your experience in reviewing the practices at the Cellmark Laboratory, how do they handle reference samples and evidence samples?
They were handled at the same time.
I'm sorry.
At the same time. They were handled at the same time, reference and evidence.
Now, what is their current practice?
The LAPD?
Oh, no, I'm talking about Cellmark.
Oh, Cellmark, excuse me. Cellmark never handles reference samples and evidence at the same time.
How do they do it? And if they separate it by how much of a period?
In prior cases, when I've inquired of their criminalists, it would be the closest.
Sustained.
All right. Are you familiar with, do you know, according to their protocol, withdraw. Let's get back to LAPD. Are you familiar with the testimony of Mr. Yamauchi that at about 9 o'clock, well, let's take care of all foundation matters. Are you familiar with the serology item description notes, which are 1185, I've shown them, Mr. Clark, of Mr. Yamauchi for June 14th and June 15th, his notes of handling the samples?
Yes.
All right. Are you familiar with his testimony that between the period of 9 a.m. and 11:20 a.m., he handled Mr. Simpson's reference sample and created a FISCO card?
Yes.
He moved next to the Rockingham glove, did a series of pheno tests and cuttings and initialed that glove.
That's
Took
correct.
samples, and then moved on to do the so-called Bundy blood drops items, 47, 48, 49, 50, and 52. Familiar with that?
I believe the order was 52 and then the others, but the exact sequence is different than what you stated, but they were done.
But handled the Bundy blood drops all within that period?
Yes, they did.
Now, in your judgment, what is your opinion of this laboratory practice of handling Mr. Simpson's reference tubes in the way Mr. Yamauchi described it, and these evidence samples within that period?
That is not an acceptable practice in any forensic laboratory
Why?
because of the unacceptable risk of contamination from the reference sample, which has high levels of DNA, and the evidence items that were processed, which have low levels.
Now, do you recall that section of Mr. Yamauchi's testimony where he describes that he opened Mr. Simpson's reference sample and blood came out of the tube that went through the chem wipe and onto his glove?
Yes, I recall that.
Now, in your experience, when you open one of these vacutainer tubes, what happens? Or what can happen?
Well, you can hear.
Objection, no foundation.
Oh,
You can hear it's a vacutainer, that means it's under vacuum, so you can hear a sort of it's like opening a coffee can. You can hear it, and there's an aerosol that's created.
When you say aerosol, what do you mean?
Well, aerosol is just very, very small, fine mist of droplets that would then spray
That's of blood.
of blood in this case, yes.
And and in terms of the DNA contents of a reference tube and that aerosol, how does it what is the nature of the DNA content of such a
Well,
substance?
it doesn't take very much blood to have a substantial amount of DNA.
Now, you read Mr. Yamauchi's testimony where he indicated that after he opened the reference tube and the blood went through his chem wipe and went onto his glove, that he then disposed of the gloves. He can't recall either in the evidence processing room or in the serology lab.
That's what I remember, yes.
All right. Now, given the nature of his testimony about the way he opened the tube, do you think that what he did next in terms of moving on to the analysis of the other samples was an acceptable laboratory practice?
No, I mean, you know you've had a spillage. You should have basically stopped everything, cleaned down the entire lab, and waited for a period of time before you move on to something as critical as evidence items.
Now, are you familiar with Dr. Cotton's testimony with respect to the Cellmark and the California Association of Crime Lab Directors proficiency study?
Yes, I'm familiar with that.
And are you familiar with her testimony with respect to how that laboratory got a false positive errors?
Yes.
Do you think that that has any particular application to this situation we're talking about here, the way Mr. Yamauchi handled Mr. Simpson's reference samples and these samples on the morning of June 14th?
Objection, no foundation, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Are you familiar with have you read Dr. Cotton's testimony with respect to the CACLD study?
Yes, I have.
All right. Have you looked at literature and letters with respect to the results of that study?
Yes, I'm familiar with it.
Is that study discussed in the NRC report?
It's discussed in the NRC report.
All right. Now, what is it about Dr. Cotton's testimony and her description of those events that you think has application here?
Same objection.
Sustained.
Also irrelevant.
Sustained.
Is it your understanding that the Cellmark made a false positive error even though there were witnesses in the room looking at the transfers?
Same objection, same grounds.
Sustained.
Now, could you please describe, just in simple practical terms, why you have stated that Mr. Yamauchi's practices between 9 o'clock and 11:20 in handling Mr. Simpson's reference sample, the Rockingham glove, and the Bundy blood drops, how, in practical terms, could that cause cross-contamination?
Foundation.
Overruled.
Also absent.
Overruled.
Yes, I mean, when you're handling this blood specimen first, and it's been admitted that there was a spillage. Now there's blood on the table. There's an aerosol in the air. Now, just as a hypothetical, Mr. Yamauchi we've seen his notes. He was obviously writing with a pen. He may have gotten a little blood on that pen. Then he walks to the other end of the bench carrying the pen. He picks up the pen.
Sustained.
Motion struck also.
Answer stricken. Juries to disregard.
Let me put it to you this way. In the process of handling DNA samples, are mistakes made in terms of cross-contamination that the analyst doesn't realize?
Overruled.
Yes.
Call your attention to page 89 of the NRC report. And I'd like to have this marked as
Is that 1299, I believe? I'm sorry, what page, Counsel?
page 89. And I'm at 1299?
1299.
I'm sorry?
1299.
99. Do you see do you agree and would you rely upon the statements at page 89 with formulating your opinions about this case?
Yes.
That's right.
Overruled, not as phrased. What paragraph are we talking about?
It's the first sentence and the beginning of the second paragraph. Dr. Gerdes, do you agree with the observation of the NRC there that
Overruled.
laboratory errors happen even in the best laboratories and even when the analyst is certain that every precaution against error was taken?
I agree with that.
Now, are you familiar this is chart title 1186, Mr. Yamauchi's diagram of the glove found at Rockingham. Now, Dr. Gerdes,
Dr. Gerdes, just take a half a step back, would you please? Thank you.
Dr. Gerdes, are you familiar with Mr. Yamauchi's testimony that after handling Mr. Simpson's reference tube, opening it up, that he, creating the Fitzgerald card, that he moved to the analysis of the Rockingham glove?
Yes.
And have you reviewed his notes as to the parts of the glove that he manipulated?
Yes.
And you're familiar with his testimony as to the initialing that he did in the wrist area of the glove,
Yes.
the sample cutting, the phenotyping, testing, and the spot checks control that he did on the inside palmar surface and the back side of the glove?
Yes.
All right? prosecution's 272A entitled Rockingham Glove Results, a series of pictures. Dr. Gerdes, are you familiar with the results obtained by the Department of Justice using the D1S80 PCR system? Obtaining results consistent with Mr. Simpson's 2425 genotype on a section near the wrist area entitled here G10, a section in the area depicted here is G11, and a section indicated on the inside surface near the notch, G13.
Yes.
All right. Given the manipulations that Mr. Yamauchi performed on the glove, as depicted in his notes, and the DNA test results from the amounts of DNA in that D1S80 system, in your opinion, could they be the result of sample handling error?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
All right. Is it consistent with this DNA result that, given the amounts of DNA in the D1S80 system, that cross-contamination could have occurred in the areas marked G10, G11, and G13?
Same objection.
Sustained.
Is it a good laboratory practice to have proceeded from handling the reference sample under the circumstances described by Mr. Yamauchi and turn to manipulation of the wrist area of the glove in the fashion that he described?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
It represents unacceptable risks of cross-contamination.
Are the amounts for G10, G11, and G13 on the D1S80 system, the amounts of DNA found in those areas, are those amounts consistent with cross-contamination from small amounts of blood?
No foundation also calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Are the amounts of DNA on the D1S80 results there within the nanogram range, between the 2-3 nanogram range, as reflected on the DOJ typing results?
Same objection, same ground.
Overruled.
The total amount of DNA there is I don't remember exactly the amount, but the point is that's a mixture. And in a mixture, you can't really tell what proportion of the mixture is truly from one contributor or another. Although the D1S80 typing result consistent with Mr. Simpson appears to be a minor contributor. And that is consistent with the possibility of cross-contamination.
Now, could we have 1159C?
I think I'm going to order that Mr. Harris not leave the courtroom while we're in session.
Hey, well,
And Mr. Cochran, it is so ordered.
ah. Sorry, Howard.
That's an order, Mr. Harris.
All right, is it a good laboratory practice to handle in the same period, in the same location, samples that have high DNA content and low DNA content?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained. I think we have visited that topic now for the
All
third
right,
time.
well, let's move to the next one. One question. Is it a good well, maybe not one. Is it a good laboratory practice, sir, to handle in the same period, in the same location, samples from different scenes?
Objection, no foundation.
Overruled.
No, it is not.
All right. Are you aware that on June 15th, Mr. Yamauchi handled samples that included the reference sample from Nicole Brown Simpson, the reference sample from Ronald Goldman, samples from the Bronco, and samples from the Rockingham Foyer LAPD item number 12?
Objection beyond scope of this witness expertise.
Overruled.
Yes, he handled those at that time.
All right. And of course, on June 14th, he handled the Rockingham glove and the Bundy swatches.
Correct.
Is it a good idea to handle reference samples from suspects and victims in the same period, in the same location?
Objection beyond scope of this witness expertise.
Overruled.
No, it's not a good idea because of, again, the risk of cross-contamination.
Let's move to 1159G. No? That's. In terms of forensic or clinical laboratory practice or any kind of practice in DNA laboratories, is it a good idea to handle many samples at the same time in a rush?
Well, objection. Argument.
Sustained.
All right?
Also,
Handle many samples at the same time.
also assumes facts not evidence.
Rephrase.
Is it a good idea to handle as many as 20 samples in a short period of time?
Objection, no foundation.
Sustained.
All right? You've heard the testimony about how Mr. Yamauchi sampled and then proceeded to test on June 14th 20 individual samples.
Yes.
All right? Does that seem to you, in terms of ordinary laboratory practices, in your opinion, what do you think about handling all those samples in the time period he described?
It seems to be a lot of samples for that time period.
All right. Let's turn to 1159H. Now, you've heard testimony with respect to the practices of the LAPD crime laboratory personnel, Mr. Fung, Ms. Mazzola, and Mr. Yamauchi, with respect to changing gloves. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
All right. Now, as a microbiologist and DNA laboratory director, do you believe that analysts handling blood samples should routinely change their gloves between handling each item?
Yes, I believe they should do that.
And why?
Especially with a technique like PCR, this is such a sensitive technique, you might not even notice that you have a small amount of blood or even an aerosol of that blood on your glove. And unless you change the glove, you can't eliminate the possibility that you might have transferred that to the next sample.
Now, in terms of laboratory paper, are you familiar with the testimony of Mr. Fung and Ms. Mazzola that when the samples were brought into the LAPD laboratory and they were taken out of the plastic bags and put into the test tubes, that they did not change laboratory paper between handling those items?
I'm familiar with that.
Are you familiar with their testimony that when they took the swatches out of the tubes the next morning and scraped them out with a pipette onto a bindle, that they did not change the laboratory paper between each item?
I'm familiar with that.
In your opinion, are those sound laboratory practices in terms of the danger of cross-contamination?
That's going to create a shower, an aerosol, which is going to fall down on that entire area and can easily be transferring DNA from one item to another.
In terms of aerosols, then, it's one of our little logos. I take it, what was that you were saying about scraping the swatches out of the tubes?
Yes, that's going to flake the DNA, and it's going to fall down on that area, and it's not going to fall right down straight onto the bindle. It can fall in that entire area.
We've heard some questions being asked in this trial, such as, have you heard them, can DNA fly? Have you heard that?
Yes, I have.
Now, when aerosols are created of these kinds of particles in a laboratory, do they just fall right to the ground, or how long do they remain ambient in an atmosphere?
No foundation calls for speculation.
Sustain.
Are you familiar with the problem of dust or aerosols in DNA laboratories?
Yes,
Is that a problem encountered in forensic as well as clinical work?
in both areas, and
Sorry, objection, no foundation.
Sustain.
All right.
Striking answer.
In both areas and?
As to forensic.
No. Proceed.
Are you familiar with Mr. Yamauchi's testimony that in processing the Rockingham glove and the LAPD items 47, 48, 49, 50, and 52 in the morning of June 14th, that he did not routinely change laboratory paper between those items?
yes, I'm familiar with that.
Is that a sound laboratory practice?
It creates unacceptable risks.
Did you conduct a tour of the laboratory at the Los Angeles Police Department?
Yes, I did.
Did he conducted the tour?
I'm sorry, Were you allowed to go in?
Yes, I was.
And when were you allowed to go in? On how many occasions?
On two occasions, one in December of 94, and the other was in January of 95.
Did you get to observe the evidence processing room?
Yes.
And when you went back the second time, you said, in what date?
I believe it was January 18th.
All right. On that occasion, were pictures taken?
They were.
And who took those pictures?
There were two photographers there, one from the police department and Mark Taylor.
And he
And
was
Mark Taylor's was working with the defense.
And first, let me just show you this picture.
That been previously marked?
Oh, where are we at?
I think 1300. Mrs. Robertson? 1300?
Did I see it, Your Honor?
And do you recognize this to be the evidence processing room where, and that table depicted as being the area where Mr. Yamauchi testified he processed the samples on the morning of June 14th?
Yes.
And you looked around, you're familiar with that room?
I am.
And that was a part of the basis for your testimony about those procedures that we just reviewed?
That's correct.
Now, did you go into the serology laboratory where Mr. Yamauchi and Mr. Matheson work?
Yes.
All right. And mark this as 1301. And what is that a picture of, sir?
This is a chemical fume hood.
Well, that is the hood in the LAPD serology laboratory?
Yes, it is.
Could you please tell us what a laminar flow hood is?
Yes. In a laminar flow hood, there is a screen along the bottom edge of the hood that draws a curtain of air down across that screen around to the back of the hood and then filters across something called a HEPA filter. And the HEPA filter filters out microscopic particles, dust, certain bacteria, and it cleans the air. So the idea behind the laminar flow hood is there's this, it's actually would have a window in the front that would lower down all the way down with the exception of just enough room to stick your hands in, about 6 inches. And then this flow of air flows across your hands, and that it basically forms a curtain of air that doesn't allow air from the room to get into the hood, and it doesn't allow anything from inside the hood to get out. And it's a hood that's frequently called a biosafety cabinet. And the reason for that is it protects the analyst from being infected with, if there's an infectious agent. So in microbiology or virology, we use these to protect an individual from being exposed to a dangerous agent they're working with. In the other purpose of it is that it prevents anything from the outside from getting in. And so the purpose of that, again, from a microbiology standpoint, is you don't want things floating around on dust, such as spores that are of fungi, bacteria, DNA, things that attach to dust and float around. You don't want those contaminating what you're working with. Now this hood here, the chemical fume hood, this hood was designed for the purpose of drawing fumes away from a chemist. So if they're working with something that has a noxious smell or something that has it can be toxic in terms of breathing that in, this hood is designed to pull air from the room into the hood and up an exhaust vent that goes out to the outside of the building. So the purpose of this is to draw air out of the room, through the hood, and then out of the building, and therefore pull the fumes away from the individual who's working.
Sorry.
So they have two different purposes.
Now, let me just show you two other pictures that will mark as 1302 and 1303 of the area around this hood. What is that?
This is the workstations that are directed, they're found directly across the room from the hood that we just saw a picture of.
This is in the LAPD serology.
In the LAPD serology lab.
And what is this picture? That was 1302, Your Honor. This is 1303.
This is looking, you can see those lab coats on the workstations there, looking back again across the room, and the hood is located about halfway down the room there.
Can we just direct an arrow towards the hood so you can, you just pointed out.
There's the hood right here.
Okay.
Workstations across.
Or actually, just move the arrow to the right.
Right there.
To the left hand. Yeah. Let's print that. Now, when you're talking about air, so in other words, it's this hood in the LAPD. It's a chemical hood that sucks air from that whole area into that workstation and up and out.
Correct. That's correct.
Now, you've heard the testimony in other forensic laboratories, as well as clinical laboratories that you visited, do they use laminar flow hoods?
That's the appropriate hood to use if you're concerned about protecting an analyst and protecting a specimen from microbiological contamination
Laminar flow hoods
or
used,
DNA contamination.
laminar flow hoods used in forensic labs.
Yes.
Is the use of knowing that you have a laminar flow hood as opposed to a chemical hood, is this a fundamental piece of information in terms of DNA laboratory practices?
Sustained.
All right. Is it a fundamental fact in terms of DNA laboratory procedures to know if a hood is a laminar flow hood as opposed to a chemical hood?
Also leading.
Sustained.
All right. Have you heard the testimony or familiar with the testimony of Mr. Yamauchi, Mr. Matheson, that this hood is a laminar flow hood?
Yes.
Are they correct in their statement that it's a laminar flow hood?
No.
What does that indicate to you about the level of expertise they have in terms of DNA typing?
Sustained.
Did you, look at these two. Do you have an opportunity to look at the refrigerator within the serology laboratory?
I did.
All right. And did you observe there items stored by Mr. Yamauchi, case items?
Yes.
All right. You have directed photographs be taken of that.
I did.
All right. I'd like to mark what is, I guess we're 1304, 1305.
All right, Mr. Scheck, 5 minutes.
We also have a printout that I'd with the laminar flow hood at mark 13038.
Chemical.
Chemical hood.
Chemical,
See, it's an easy mistake.
chemical slash laminar.
All right.
All right, show you first 1305. What's that?
This is a view of Mr. Yamauchi's evidence storage shelf.
That's within the serology freezer,
That's correct. Refrigerator.
refrigerator. What is 1304?
That's a close-up of the rack that was sitting there on that shelf.
All right. Now, how should tubes, test tubes that contain samples, the forensic lab or DNA lab, be kept? Gary Sims at the Department of Justice stacks his tubes.
Yes.
How does he do it?
Gary Sims places the rack with one tube, and then he leaves 2 or 3 spaces, another tube. He leaves plenty of space between every tube so that there's no possibility, if you go in there with your fingers or a glove, of touching one tube to the other, or of the tubes touching one another.
All right. And these are the same kind of tubes that we're talking about when you pull off the tops that you get aerosols.
Objection leading.
Sustained.
Just 2 more. What is this picture of? We'll mark this 13, I think we're up to 1306. And 1307. Well, 1306, what is this a picture of?
This is a picture of the Chelex extraction solution. It's used for DNA extraction. It's located in that chemical fume hood that we saw a few moments ago.
And who directed you to this? Mr. Yamauchi?
Mr. Yamauchi.
All right. And could we zoom in here on the label on that bottle? Is there a date there that has some significance?
Yes, there is.
What is that?
It's 9/12/94 is the date that is on the chemical. Refers to the date in which it was made up. And we were visiting this laboratory on January 18th. At least these pictures were taken on January 18th, 1995. That indicates that this particular chemical has been there a number of months and has been used over and over those months,
Is that a good laboratory practice?
especially not in PCR.
Lack of foundation. Also speculation.
Sustained. Answers, last two answers are stricken.
The solution here, what is it?
Chelex is a solution that's used in the DNA extraction procedure.
Are you familiar with how the Chelex solution is used in the DNA extraction procedure at LAPD according to their protocol and at other forensic labs and in other clinical labs?
Yes.
Foundation.
Oral.
Yes, I am.
And how is it, what does the term aliquot mean?
Aliquot means taking a large bottle like this and splitting it into very small tubes so that there's a smaller amount of material, smaller solution amount in those tubes.
How is the Chelex dealt with at the Cellmark laboratory?
The Chelex solution in Cellmark is made up fresh weekly.
And you determined that when you took a tour in connection with this case?
Yes, I did.
All right. And in your judgment, it is a sound laboratory practice to keep the Chelex solution, at least indicated here, to be using it from 9/12/94 through what, January 18th, 95?
Objection, lack of foundation, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Well, what is the terms of DNA laboratory methods? Is there a problem with using a Chelex solution from the same bottle for a substantial period of time?
I understand it, but same objection. I think there's some people in the audience who want to step out. All right, that objection is overruled, but it does assume facts that aren't in evidence. This particular date is subject to interpretation. There are two different ways you can interpret that date, counsel. All right, let's take our recess at this point. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please remember all my admonitions to you will be in recess for 15 minutes. All right, Dr. Gerdes, you can step down.
On each item, you would tend to aliquot it into smaller volumes so that you don't go into that bottle a long time. The amount that's shown in this bottle is a 6-month supply.
Objection, no foundation.
Overruled.
And why is it why, if you went into the bottle many times, in terms of contamination, does that have any consequences?
Yes, every time you open the bottle, there's a chance of something falling in there. Every time you pipette or put a pipetter into that bottle, there's a chance of introducing something accidentally. So it goes back to the manipulation we talked about earlier. The more you manipulate things, the more you go in and out of them, the higher the risk. Every time you open, there's a risk. And even the more times you open it, the greater the risk.
Have you reviewed records in connection with the hybridization sheets from the Los Angeles Police Department as to lots of Chelex? Have you done that?
Yes.
Now, up here on this particular bottle, there's a number 5. What does that represent?
That's their lot number.
All right. Have you looked at lot numbers on the laboratory sheets with respect to the use of Chelex at the lab?
Yes.
And what is the frequency in general terms of how often they go to a new lot?
The lot numbers are used, the same lot numbers recorded for DNA extractions over a period of months.
Is that a good practice in your opinion?
No.
This is 1307. What is this picture of, Dr. Curtis?
This is another reagent. This particular reagent called TE buffer is used to resuspend DNA.
And whose TE buffer is this, if we can go a little
That-
tighter on this picture?
You'll notice there's a CY on the bottle, so this is Colin Yamauchi's.
And so this picture was taken at his workstation?
At his workstation, yes.
And again, how much TE buffer is used in the course of running a DNA test?
Less than a drop.
And is this another kind of reagent that ought to be aliquoted?
Yes.
And what is the date on this particular picture?
5/25/93,
And when was this picture taken?
January 18th, 1995.
Now, I'd like to show you prosecution's 287, I believe, entitled was PCR DNA typing, Los Angeles Police Department. Now, this first set of pictures under the title Piper Tech Extraction, is that picture Mr. Amiucci?
Yes.
And this is the workstation you were just referring to?
Yes.
And what does this depict?
This is the area in which he would set up his DNA extractions.
Now, this is in the serology lab room,
Yes,
and this is at the Piper Tech location.
correct.
All right. Now, in terms of designing DNA laboratories using PCR, what importance is there in terms of structuring the flow of work from the point that the sample is first taken into the lab to the end of the process?
Well, in this process, you recall, you start with a small amount of DNA. And after you've gone through the amplification process, you end up with a very large amount of DNA. So if you can maintain a one-way flow so that you always go from the smaller to the larger and never back, it reduces the risk of crossover of the high amount to the low amount, which we've talked about a number of times. So basically, by designing the laboratory in such a way that you only have a one-way flow of low DNA concentration to high and never back, it's another procedure that's used by laboratories to try and reduce the risk of contamination.
So this first picture where it shows Piper Tech extraction, that takes place in the serology lab.
Yes,
And the samples have come from that evidence processing room, the one with the garage, goes up and down. They go into this room, is that correct?
correct.
Now, the next picture down on the PCR DNA typing board shows pictures called pre-amplification, amplification, hybridization of photography.
Yes,
And those are at the Parker Center?
correct.
All right, could you tell us where that is and how we get from Piper Tech at the extraction phase to the Parker Center for the amplification
So Parker
phase?
Center is actually located 1 to 2 miles from Piper Tech. Totally different building, so it's definitely separated. The amplification is set up in one room, the pre-amplification room. That's where the tubes and the reagents are all mixed together, and then it's amplified and hybridized in a second.
All right. Now, when you do the amplification, is that where you produce the greater amounts of DNA that's sometimes called the amplicons?
Correct.
All right. Now, the next step here in this board indicates that Piper Tech product gel electrophoresis. And there's been testimony that, from Mr. Yamauchi, that DNA samples are then taken back to Piper Tech into a room where they then put on this PCR product gel.
Correct.
And did he walk you through that process?
Yes, he did.
And did you observe those rooms in that setup?
Yes, I did.
Is bringing the amplicons or the PCR product back into Piper Tech consistent with the process of having a one-way workflow?
No, because you see, you've gone from low DNA, and it's right at this step, you've created high DNA by amplifying it. And this is at a different location, totally different building. But now they turn around and they go back to this building. So they're carrying back high levels of DNA into the area where there should be only low levels of DNA.
Are you familiar with the setup at the Department of Justice in terms of the flow of work?
Yes,
Do you recall the testimony of Gary Sims with respect to stating that after amplification, that PCR product never leaves the amplification room in that laboratory?
yes,
Is that true here at LAPD?
no,
Is this a good and sound laboratory practice?
no.
My apologies, Your Honor, I misread it. It's, that board is actually 281.
All right. Rather than 287.
Yes.
Thank you.
Now, Dr. Gerdes, there's been substantial testimony in this case with respect to substrate controls that were used for the Bundy blood drops, LAPD items 47, 48, 49, 50, and 52.
Yes,
Are you familiar with that testimony?
I am.
All right. Now, first of all, let me ask you, were any substrate controls taken from the glove that, the Rockingham glove that Mr. Yamauchi analyzed on June 14th?
No,
So, would it be fair to say that substrate controls cannot be used as a check against cross-contamination with respect to that glove?
that's correct.
Now, Dr. Gerdes, does the fact that testing of the Bundy blood drop substrate controls by LAPD, DOJ, and Cellmark did not reveal the presence of DNA prove that there was no cross-contamination of these samples?
No foundation, scope of the witness expertise.
Sustain.
All right. Are you familiar with the testimony of Mr. Sims, of Mr. Yamauchi, that substrate controls were typed?
Yes,
Did you review that data?
yes,
Did you review the data and the testimony with respect to what happened to those substrate controls from the time that they first arrived to the laboratory, according to Fung and Mazzola, what Mr. Yamauchi did with them, where they were sent and when to Cellmark and the Department of Justice?
yes, I
Have you
reviewed all
reviewed
that.
that data?
I reviewed that.
Have you reviewed the test results on those substrate controls?
Yes, I have.
All right. Having reviewed the data from those substrate controls, do you believe that the fact that testing on those reveal the presence of DNA?
Same objection.
Sustain.
Did you review the laboratory work concerning tests performed on the substrate controls at LAPD, the Department of Justice, and Cellmark?
Yes, I did.
All right. What were those results?
The substrate controls appeared clean.
All right. Does the fact that the substrate controls appear clean prove in your mind that there was no cross-contamination of the samples 47, 48, 49, 50, and 52?
Same objection, also speculation.
Oh, will.
No.
Why?
Well, there's a number of reasons. Number one, as we mentioned earlier in the NRC report and in my evaluation of the numerous runs at LAPD, it's not unusual to have that particular control not show a contaminant, even though other items in that run had a contaminant. And you'll recall we showed you that on the example of the 4 contamination earlier this morning.
In terms of these substrate controls, is there something known in molecular biology and analytical chemistry that's known as carrier or stabilizer?
Yes.
Could you describe what that is?
When one is working with molecules in very small concentrations, very small amounts, if you do this in a laboratory, you need to store them in the presence of something called a carrier. If you don't store them in the presence of something called a carrier, they tend to disappear. You lose them. Things, when they're too small in amounts, they can stick to the size of the bottle. There's unknown things in that solution that they're not quite stable. You just basically tend to lose it. So if you're looking at something analytically that's in a very small concentration, it's a standard practice that you add something called a carrier. In the case of DNA, what that would mean is you would add a non-human DNA to sort of stabilize the situation, such as salmon sperm DNA. And that would stabilize very small amounts of DNA so that they wouldn't disappear.
If you was, Dr. Gerdes, let me ask you to assume that the swatches from samples 47, 48, 49, 50, and 52 were degraded by bacteria, and that what was on those swatches was bacterial DNA. Do you have that in mind?
Yes.
And that subsequent to that, those swatches and perhaps control swatches were contaminated with foreign DNA.
Yes.
In terms of this carrier principle, what would the effect be in terms of the DNA that fell on the swatches with bacterial contamination as opposed to the blank swatches?
The back.
No foundation calls for speculation.
Sustain.
All right. Let's start with this hypothetical. Assume that you have a red swatch, such as the ones that you use in this case, and the DNA from blood on that swatch has been degraded, and it's no longer human DNA, it's bacterial DNA.
Yes.
Can that act in a way that's similar to the non-human DNA you were talking about as a carrier?
Yes, it can.
Sorry, no foundation, speculation, you're wrong.
Sustain.
Ask this. I think I asked this a hypothetical, Your Honor.
It was, but there has to be a foundation for the expertise to give that opinion.
Dr. Gerdes, how can you tell us more about your experience with using carrier non-human DNA and how that affects other DNA going onto that non-human DNA? What's your experience with that?
Well, you recall I talked about the fact that we work with this virus called cytomegalovirus. And it turns out that when we looked at that virus in transplant patients, since they're immunosuppressed, a significant percentage of those patients tend to shed that virus, and it's present in their blood, and you find it, and in low levels. Now the problem then became you're finding it too often. We need to identify which patient needs to be treated. So we developed a quantitative PCR. And for that quantitative PCR, I needed to develop standards that could be used as quantitative standards that were stable and could be run over and over so that I could measure the amount of CMV in the patient versus these standards. In the process of creating the standards, it became obvious that a carrier DNA was required to maintain the stability of those DNAs. Now, that's my personal experience with a specific incident. It's well known in other publications, other analytical procedures, that this is a very common procedure.
All right. What?
Objection on your set.
Oh.
Now, what What carrier did you use with the human DNA of the cytomegalovirus?
We use something you can purchase called salmon sperm DNA.
Is that salmon sperm DNA commonly used as a carrier?
Yes, that's why it's sold commercially for molecular biologists.
All right. Now, if you assume that the blood swatches in this case were degraded and consisted of bacterial DNA, could that bacterial DNA act as a carrier?
Yes.
Objection, no foundation, calls for speculation.
Overruled.
And as a consequence, if you assume that bacterial DNA was acting as a carrier, would that account for cross-contamination showing up in greater amounts on the stained items that consisted of, under our hypothetical, of bacterial DNA as opposed to the blank swatches?
Objection, calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Yes, that would explain it, because on the swatch that has nothing on it, there's no stabilizer. Therefore, you would lose the small amount of contaminant. On the swatch with the bacterial DNA, there is a stabilizer, and therefore it would remain there.
Right. Now, are you familiar with Mr. Sims's testimony with respect to his view of the role that the substrate controls played as a check against cross-contamination?
Yes.
Are you familiar with his answers to the questions that, as far as he was concerned, the substrate controls would have to run strictly in parallel with the other stained items to be a check against cross-contamination?
Yes.
All right. Now,
Sorry, objection, this states the evidence.
Overruled.
what do you understand that assumption of running in parallel to mean? What does it mean to you?
Well, again, the image of transferring from one item to the next by handling it. One control for that would be when you handle something with a large amount of DNA, the next item you handle has no DNA. So if that happened, you would pick it up there. And then the next item would have DNA, and then the next item would have no DNA, and then the next item would have, and so forth. You alternate between a sample that has DNA or should have DNA and a sample that has no DNA. So that's what's meant by running them in parallel. It's more like in series, really. You have to alternate a sample with DNA and a sample without DNA. And that should control for this cross-transfer.
Now, in your review of the way that the substrate controls were handled in this case, did you see evidence that they were not handled strictly in parallel in terms of how LAPD distributed them?
Yes.
And what was that?
Well, these items at one point were sent to two other laboratories, Cellmark Laboratories and the Department of Justice. And this process of handling in parallel or in series, whichever you want to look at it, and as we described, that has to occur all the way from the very moment you start with an item till you get a result, and it doesn't matter what lab you do it in, it has to happen, it has to be sort of a chain of custody, it has to follow that flow at all times. When the LAPD mailed their specimens, the evidence items, to both DOJ and to Cellmark, they failed to mail the controls, the substrate controls. To me, at that point, that has broken the chain of custody. The Department of Justice, from the notes I have, had to call to ask for specimens, the substrate specimens, and they didn't run them in parallel because they had to have packaged them at LAPD without handling the substrate control. If you think about it, if you're packing these things in a package and they're only mailing one, why would they handle it in parallel and then just not send the substrate control?
Objection, no foundation, Your Honor.
Overruled. But Mr. Scheck, I'm not comfortable with the terminology of chain of custody in this context.
Let me get it this way. In your work in paternity,
Yes.
Do you have familiarity, is the term chain of custody used in terms of handling of evidence samples?
It is.
And how does that arise?
Well, in a paternity action, obviously, it's another legal action. You need to have documentation of every individual who's handled a specific item.
And the American Association of Blood Banks regulates your paternity lab?
Yes.
Do they have rules that incorporate the term chain of custody?
Yes.
Are you familiar with how that works?
Yes.
And in terms of DNA laboratories generally, are rules set up for handling items of evidence to preserve their integrity for testing?
Yes.
Are there such rules in your transplantation work?
Yes, and in clinical work, yes.
All right. And have you reviewed protocols of forensic laboratories that talk about ways that samples ought to be handled to preserve the integrity of evidence?
Yes.
Now, is it important in your judgment when implementing rules, and I'm asking you this now in your capacity as a DNA lab director, but how many people have you supervised, how many people work in the IAD laboratory?
There's approximately 40.
All right, and right now, specifically under you, how many technicians do you supervise?
I have 4.
And in terms of training people technical people to go through with the DNA process, how important is it for them to know the purpose of the procedures they're following in terms of their use as controls?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
How important is it to train personnel about the controls that they're using and why they're using them?
It's extremely important.
Why is that?
Well, protocols are there for a purpose, and they need to be followed. That's how you standardize and the testing result, and that's how you guarantee it's a valid, accurate result that can be relied upon. So it's important that they're trained in that protocol and that they follow that protocol.
All right. And incidentally, in terms of, for example, does that have application in terms of the use of gloves?
Yes, all aspects of how to handle the specimens and how to set up the testing and how to interpret the testing and so forth.
Well, is one purpose of wearing gloves to protect in a DNA laboratory, to protect the handler?
Yes.
And is another purpose to protect against cross-contamination?
Yes.
Now, have you reviewed the testimony of Mr. Fung and Ms. Mazzola with respect to what they knew about the purpose of the substrate controls?
Yes.
All right. And now, besides, so it would be fair, do you feel withdrawn? So, based on your review of the way samples were handled, in terms of distributing them and the way the review of the testimony here about how the substrate controls were handled, are you comfortable with the assumption that the substrate and controls were run in parallel here?
Objection, no foundation.
Sustained.
Let me get back to it this way. In terms of in your review of the LAPD laboratory strips, in terms of contamination, what is the significance of the degree of contamination you found in the extraction control versus the amplification control?
Well,
The significance is that it indicates that the area in which contamination is occurring in this laboratory is an early area, most likely in the DNA extraction or sample handling.
Now, besides your view that about the substrate, your views about the substrate controls being handled in parallel, the fact that clean negative controls don't always indicate contamination, and the notion of carrier. Do you have any evidence from review of the data that indicates that there was cross-contamination of DNA between samples handled by Mr. Yamauchi in this case?
I believe there is some indication of that.
And does this cross-contamination show up, or does this evidence show up not just in the way samples were handled at LAPD, but how they were typed then subsequently at DOJ and Cellmark?
Yes.
I would like to move to Dr. Gerdes, are you familiar with the fact that on June 15th, 1994, in the evidence processing room and at the serology lab, Mr. Yamauchi handled item number 12, blood drops recovered from the foyer of Mr. Simpson's home, and the reference sample from Nicole Brown Simpson and the reference sample from Ronald Goldman?
Yes.
Now, on this chart, there's could you explain what the
Sure.
code is over here?
Yeah, these indicate the typings for the three reference individuals, the DQ alpha, and one locus, the GC locus of the polymarker gene system.
So those represent the genotypes for the three individuals here?
Yes.
So on the DQ alpha,
On the DQ alpha, there's a 1.1, 1.2 for Mr. Simpson. There's a 1.1, 1.1 for Nicole Brown Simpson, and there's a 1.34 for Ron Goldman.
and on the GC locus and the polymarker system, what are the types for these three individuals?
On the GC locus of the polymarker gene, it's a BC for Mr. Simpson, an AC for Nicole Brown Simpson, and an AA for Mr. Goldman.
Now, the next three boxes indicate something called LAPD typing sheet, Cellmark typing sheet, and DOJ typing sheet. But what are those?
These are the recorded results that were found on the typing sheets on those dates when these specific references were typed.
Now, let's move first to June 15th, 1994, when Mr. Yamauchi did this initial typing. I take it he recorded for the item number 12, the blood drops found in the foyer, Mr. Simpson's genotype 1.1, 1.2.
That's correct.
All right. Now, with respect to the reference sample, could you tell us what was recorded and also what you observed on the sheet?
Yes, it was recorded as a 1.1, 1.1. And on the actual typing, I can see a very faint 1.2.
All right. Now, I think we have to do some exhibit marking here, Your Honor. This, what are we up to as far as this board is concerned?
1308.
1308. I'd ask that this DNA hybridization sheet be marked 1308A.
So much.
And could you point at, direct us to the
So you'll have
If you
to
want-
see the code to be sure.
Please feel free to, you can approach the animal,
Thank you.
if I may.
Now, this isn't showing up very well up on the screen, but there's a very faint .2 in this area.
Could you please just, let's see, would you please,
Go up a little higher. If you look here, there's a shadow. If you look on the next strip, there isn't a shadow. It's very faint, but it's distinct. And there's a 1.2 right there.
okay, can we print that out, please? As 1308B. And Dr. Gerdes, did you, have you reviewed typing sheets from the Department of Justice and strips and become familiar with their nomenclature with respect to traces, faint traces, very faint, hints, etc.?
Yes.
All right, and is that an objective or a subjective set of distinctions in
Very
your opinion?
subjective. Very subjective.
To the best of your ability, could you write in under NBS reference sample and give your using this black pen, could you write in the genotype that you see there and how you would characterize it?
Based on my understanding of the testimony from the Department of Justice, I think they would characterize this as a hint of a 1.2.
Your Honor, before that happens, I have an objection to that being marked on the board in its current form. I believe I raised that to the court previously.
Actually, I think you ruled on this.
Oral.
Now, with respect to Mr. Goldman's reference sample, the LAPD records there a 1.34 and is the term very faint 1.1 what's on their record?
It's on their report, yes.
All right. Now, and you can see that very faint 1.1 on the strip itself.
Yes. Should I put the arrow on it?
And so we'll call there's a new arrow here.
It's right here.
Okay. Make this 1308C. Your Honor, may I, if you could, maybe the simplest way to do this is, could we go back, this was 1308B, I believe, this is the print at. Could we make one print at where put NBS by the arrow where you're indicating the 1.2, and let's put RG on the right-hand side so we can identify the strips. side of the strip? No? Yeah, that one, right, NBS. And below that, we'll write RG. Oh. No, that's the wrong strip. Go up one. Yeah. Is that correct, Doctor?
Yes.
Okay. Now, on the, and we'll print that out as 1308D. Now, in the DQ alpha system, when one has the 4 allele is showing, and and there is a 1 allele there. Does that mean that means that dot that we've indicated there? We see in Mr. Goldman's sample there's a very dark dot that's 1.2, 1.34. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that's this so-called masking problem with the 1.2 allele, correct?
That's correct, because this particular dot will detect a 1.2, 1.3, or a 4. It's not specific for the 1.2 only. So if there's a 1 dot as well, then you have to count the possibility that there is a 1.2 there. If there's a one dot and a 4.
Now, so in terms of Mr. Goldman's reference sample, what would that mean in terms of how you would call the existence of a 1.2?
Well, you have to consider the possibility, at least, that it's been masked, and it might be there.
So could you please draw there 1.2 and underneath the other box, possible?
Yes.
Is that your understanding as to?
Yes.
Okay. So from looking here at the LAPD typing sheet, now with respect to item number 12, is it your understanding, sir, that item number 12 were drops in Mr. Simpson's foyer that were the last blood drops collected on June 13th?
That's correct.
And is it your understanding that that item number 12 had sufficient DNA in it to get a strong band RFLP result at cell mark?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
Right. Do you know if they got an RFLP result at cell mark?
Yes.
Was the concentration of the DNA in item number 12, certainly compared to the so-called Bundy blood drops, 47, 48, 49, 50, and 52, comparatively higher?
Same objection.
Sustained.
Well, do you know if Mr. Yamauchi handled item number 12 in the same time and location as he handled the reference samples from Nicole Brown Simpson and Mr. Goldman on June 15th?
Yes, he did.
Overruled.
Right.
Yes, he did.
All right. Would these typing results be consistent? Well, what are the, with a cross-contamination of item number 12 with the 2 reference samples?
Same objection also calls for speculation.
Sustained.
All right. What do these results indicate to you?
Same objection.
Overruled.
These results are consistent with cross-contamination of the 1.2 from item 12 into Nicole Brown Simpson and Ron Goldman's reference samples.
Now, what is the, in terms of the PCR process, what is competition? What does that mean?
Well, if you're trying to amplify the DNA from 2 contributors, and there's a very large amount of one contributor and a small amount of the second contributor, the larger amount is going to tend to amplify faster, and therefore it will outcompete the smaller amount. So if they would have vast ratios, something in high concentration with something in low concentration, most likely the lower concentration contributor will have very weak signals.
So aren't the reference samples from Mr. Goldman and Ms. Nicole Brown Simpson, wouldn't those be by definition high concentration?
Yes,
And yet still you see these alleles.
yes.
Now, in terms of the Ronald Goldman reference sample here, this 1.1,
Yes.
in theory, could that be consistent with the so-called DX artifact?
That is one of those situations, as we mentioned earlier, where you have a 1 dot because of the 1.3, and then the 1.1, and now you can't determine. It could be either or. It might be DX. On the other hand, you can't really say that it isn't a contaminant either.
But what about the 1.2 dot on Nicole Brown Simpson's reference sample? Is that an artifact or a contaminant?
That's a contaminant because the 1.2 doesn't have that kind of artifact. And if you see anything on there, that means there's DNA there.
Now let's move to the next typing of reference samples of Nicole Brown Simpson and Mr. Goldman. Was done at Cellmark on August 5th, 1994.
That's correct.
All right, and what's written on Defense 1308, are those what Cellmark recorded on their typing sheets?
Yes.
And first of all, were you able to observe, or do you have a photograph of these strips?
I believe I do. Actually, no, I don't. I have a Xerox is all I have with me of cell marks. No, I have the,
Yeah, it's photograph.
yes. I have it.
We mark this as 1308C.
1308C.
Yeah. It's 5 o'clock. Now, with respect to, these strips represent both the DQ alpha and what other system?
The polymarker system.
Now, what can you say about the C dots in your observation of the reference samples from the Cobran system and Ronald Goldman?
The C dots, which is specifically on the DQ alpha system, as you can see, are extremely light. On all three references.
And
In fact, I don't see any C there at all. But it is recorded on their typing sheet as being present.
well, let's go through that. In other words, when you look at the actual photograph taken, you don't see a C dot.
I don't know.
But when the typing strips were developed at Cellmark, an analyst wrote something down saying that they actually saw a C dot.
Yes.
Now, would you indicate here the faint, you don't even see a C dot on this.
No, I don't.
And what's the significance of a light or non-visible C dot in terms of being able to see contaminants?
Well, the CDOT is designed as an internal control of the system to tell you if you have enough DNA there. If you don't see a CDOT, the user guide, the rules, if you will, tell you that this is not an interpretable result. You can't count on that typing because there's too little DNA there.
But would it be a fair statement that the fainter the CDOT, the less likely you are to see low-level contaminants?
Absolutely, yes, because the other way the CDOT can be faint is the last step in the process is to develop it, just like you would develop film. Watch this develop. And if you stop it too early, underdevelop it, then you won't see the C, and you also won't see light dots, other light dots that happen, that may have been there. They won't show up.
Now, could you please mark faint C then? How would you characterize? Faint C is what Cellmark put on its
How
records?
about C question mark?
All right, please put that on both reference samples. Now, was there, however, what is the significance of the faint B recorded on the polymarker system for Nicole Brown Simpson?
The significance of that is a second gene system. And you can cross-check one gene system with a second gene system. And remember, Mr. Simpson has a BC, and Nicole Brown Simpson has an AC. So the presence of a B here is consistent with the B from Mr. Simpson finding its way into Nicole Brown Simpson and then not being detected until it gets to Cellmark, where they use a second gene system.
Objection, move to strike speculation, Your Honor.
Sustain. Answer stricken.
The B, in terms of the polymarker system, is that a contaminant or an artifact?
That's a contaminant.
Let's move on to the next time the reference samples were typed at the Department of Justice.
Yes.
Was that on December 31st, 1994?
Yes.
All right. And what do the typing sheets from the Department of Justice indicate?
The Department of Justice recorded on Nicole Brown Simpson a 1.1 and 1.1 with a faint trace 1.3 and a trace of 1.2.
All right. Now, with respect to Mr. Goldman, what did they record?
Mr. Goldman, they recorded a 1.34 with a faint trace 1.1.
All right. And given the rules of interpretation, what does that mean about a 1.2?
You would also have to consider the fact that in this setup that there might be a masked 1.2.
Could you please write 1.2 possible under there? Would this data from the Department of Justice, well, let me start again. Is that 1.2 trace on the Cole Brown Simpson reference sample, is that an artifact or contaminant?
That's the calls for speculation.
Sustain.
In your opinion, based on the principles of the DQ alpha system as you understand it, what does the appearance of that 1 point dot indicate?
Same objection.
Over.
It indicates contamination.
Now, with respect to the 1.3, could that be an artifact?
In this case, again, that is known to have a cross-hybridization problem under certain circumstances. And the difficulty here is we also have the one allele showing up again because of the 1.1, and therefore you can't really tell if this is an artifact or real.
And when you said the circumstances where 1.3 is an artifact, are what kind of circumstances?
With high level of DNA, which this may be because it's a reference sample, and the fact that there's also the 1 dot showing.
In your opinion, sir, does this pattern of typings from these three laboratories, is that consistent with evidence of cross-contamination at LAPD that was subsequently picked up in typings at Cellmark and DOJ?
Objection, reading calls for speculation.
Sustain.
What, in your opinion, is the significance of this pattern of typings?
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled.
My interpretation of this pattern is it has two possible explanations. The first explanation is that there is cross-contamination of Mr. Simpson's blood into Nicole Brown Simpson or Ronald Goldman, which is then subsequently typed by the two laboratories that LAPD sent their specimens to. The second explanation is that there are possibly contaminants and artifacts that are found at LAPD that are also found at Cellmark and also found at DOJ. And those artifacts just happen to be consistent with the contamination of the cross-contamination pattern.
So in other words, there would have to be at LAPD, with respect to Nicole Brown Simpson, that 1.2 would have to be LAPD contaminating it,
Yes,
but from, and the 1.1 would be an artifact.
yes,
And then, with respect to the Cellmark typing, the B would have to be an independent contamination at Cellmark?
yes.
Objection leading, calling for speculation.
Sustained, answer stricken.
All right. What would that B have to be, if this weren't your first explanation, that is, cross-contamination at LAPD that was picked up to the other two labs, but a series of coincidental contaminations and artifact, what would that B in the polymarker system have to be?
Same objection as to, I'm sorry, calling for speculation.
Sustained.
Well, what would the B in the polymarker system have to be if this were not cross-contamination that started at LAPD, but another explanation?
Same objection.
Overruled.
That B would have to be a contaminant that coincidentally is consistent with cross-contamination from Mr. Simpson to Nicole Brown Simpson.
And what about the DOJ typing? What about that 1.2? What would that have to be if this were not cross-contamination that started at LAPD?
That would have to be, again, coincidental appearance of the 1.2 that is consistent with cross-contamination from Mr. Simpson's blood to Nicole Brown Simpson's.
And then the 1.1, what could that be?
1.0,
1.1 in Mr. Goldman's sample.
in Mr. Goldman's sample, it's the same answer. As it would have to be a DX or an artifact that's consistent with cross-contamination.
Thank you. Is that data, Dr. Gerdes, what effect does that data have on your view with respect to the efficacy of substrate controls that were used at LAPD in this case?
Foundation calls for speculation beyond the expertise of the witness.
Overruled.
It undermines my confidence in those controls, since there is some evidence here that the cross-contamination occurred.
Now, I'd like to move on now to, did you examine the data concerning typings made at the Los Angeles Police Department and the Department of Justice on samples that were collected from the Bronco console on June 14th?
Yes.
So there was one set of samples collected on June 14th. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
And then after that, it's your understanding what happened to that vehicle? Have you been following the testimony on that?
Yes, I have.
You reviewed the records on that?
Yes.
And you're aware of the fact that it was released to Vertel's tow yard without a special protection for biological evidence box being checked?
Yes.
And you're aware that it went to Vertel's for a period of time?
Yes.
And you're aware that the car was broken into at least once?
Yes.
Sustain.
All right.
Also mistake there.
It does. Sustain.
Car was broken into, there's been evidence the car was broken into once.
No, there hasn't.
I'll withdraw all of this. Have you reviewed the data just from the June 14th collection?
Yes, I have.
Now, I'd like to move to another. I think it's 1309.
1309.
And I'd like to mark a photograph, and forgive me, I think that a copy of this photograph may have been introduced as a prosecution exhibit, but I can't figure out which one it was.
All right, proceed.
Try it again. Make this 1309A. Now,
I'm sorry, could I see it?
oh, sure. Just a minute. What does 1309A represent, those series of strips?
You want to show it to him up
Yeah.
close?
I think he knows what.
These are items from the Bronco, taken DNA items from the Bronco. They were typed at Department of Justice.
Take pictures of the Department of Justice.
Pictures of the
strips?
strips, yes.
And you also have their scoring sheet with respect to that.
Yes, I do.
And on 1308 itself, have we taken certain strips, enlarged them, and then made and then taken DOJ typing sheet data?
Yes.
And in fact, in the upper left-hand corner here of 1308, we see another picture of 1308A. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, LAPD item number 30 is that a stain from the, blood stain from the Bronco console?
That's correct.
And is item 31 also a stained swatch taken from the Bronco console on June 14th?
That's correct.
These are all items taken June 14th.
That's correct.
And QC 816, what is that?
That is a quality control specimen, and at the Department of Justice, they take known samples from known individuals and run them through in a blind fashion so that they can tell that the typing is being done correctly. So this would be a quality control numbered 816 that would have a particular type, and it would be run as a control at the time they did their typing.
And what is this strip marked positive control?
The positive control is the control that is incorporated or packaged with the kit. It's a DNA that is a 1.14 DNA that's run just to check the strips.
All right. Now, is there one control in this series of strips that is not included in this large chart?
I believe so.
And which one is that?
The extraction blank, is that what you're talking about? Yes.
Okay. And that control had no, what, did that control have any evidence of activity?
No, that's the DNA extraction blank, and in this particular case, it looks clean.
Now, what was the typing called by the Department of Justice for LAPD item 30?
Item 30 was recorded as a 1.1, 1.2 with a hint of 1.3.
And that, in this case, has been called as a genotype consistent with Mr. Simpson, is that correct?
That's correct.
By the Department of Justice.
By the Department of Justice.
Now, LAPD item number 31, what was the call made by the Department of Justice and testified to by Mr. Sims in this case?
They recorded this item as a mixture of a 1.1, 1.2 as a large contributor and a minor contributor of a 1.34.
But that is in fact what appears in their typing sheet?
Yes.
All right. And was the 1.34 called by the Department of Justice as being a genotype consistent with Mr. Goldman?
It was.
All right. And to make that call, what must the analyst say about that 1.3 allele or dot? Is it, in terms of being it a real allele or a contaminant?
In order for it to be recorded as a real allele or a typable allele, it should be greater in intensity than the C dot.
But in terms of, was that 1.3 called as a real allele or real DNA?
It was considered in terms of the report because it was mentioned as a minor contributor. Yes, it was.
Now, on the quality assurance control, QC 816, what is the expected genotype for that?
The expected genotype on that quality control was a 1.2, 1.2.
All right. And what was recorded by the Department of Justice in terms of the alleles or the dots seen on that strip?
They recorded, in addition, they recorded a hint of a 1.3 and a 1.1 dot.
All right. And looking at the positive control, what's the expected genotype for that?
The expected genotype is a 1.14,
And what did they find?
and they found a 1.3, and they recorded that as a hint of a 1.3.
Now, in view of the 1.3, or the hint of 1.3 that is recorded on QC 816, and the hint of 1.3 recorded on the positive control, in your opinion, what is the purpose of these controls in terms of the appearance of dots on other strips in the same run?
The purpose of the controls is to ensure that the typing was run appropriately and all the controls worked. In this particular case, this hint of 1.3 on both of these strips indicates, at this point, we don't know what it indicates. It indicates either there's an artifact, the 1.3, remember, can do that, and we have a presence of a 1 allele, so we can't determine whether that's the case or not. It could be a contaminant, or it could be an error in this particular run in the way that they ran their hybridization.
And incidentally, you said the 1.3, when it appears as an artifact as opposed to a real foreign DNA contaminant, how much DNA has to be put into the template?
Well, in order for that to be the explanation, you need greater than 6 nanograms of DNA.
Now, in view of the 1.3 showing up as hints in the quality assurance sample 816 and the positive control, in your opinion, is it scientifically acceptable to call the 1.3 on LAPD item 31 as a real allele?
Objection. Lack of case on the part of the witness.
Overruled.
You can't call that allele because your controls are showing weak signals similar to that. You have no confidence because the control has failed as to whether or not we have a similar thing going on this particular item. You can't ignore the 1.3 on your controls and then count it on something that was run during the same run as being real. There's no way scientifically to determine at that point whether that's the case or not.
In terms of the Bronco console and samples that were collected on June 14, 1995, other than LAPD item number 31, is there any other DNA results from that console that is consistent with Mr. Goldman's genotype?
Objection, leading and argumentative.
Sustained.
Is there any other DNA results from swatches taken from the console on June 14th, that's wrong. Your Honor, may I make a correction on the board?
You may.
They have a black. All right, let the record reflect on 1308. I am changing 61495 to 61494.
Thank you.
Thank you. In terms of the DNA results from both the Los Angeles Police Department and the Department of Justice, from bloodstains taken on the console, from the console, that were collected on June 14th, not August 26th, but June 14th, are there, other than LAPD item number 31, are there any other results that are consistent with Mr. Goldman's genotype?
No.
So as far as the June 14th collection is concerned, item 31 is the only evidence that's consistent with Mr. Goldman's genotype on that Bronco console.
That's correct.
And it's your opinion, sir, that the controls failed as far as LAPD item 31 is concerned,
That's correct.
and that this cannot be called.
That's correct.
Now, in terms of development length, could you indicate what that is?
As I explained, the last step in these strips is to allow that dot to develop, and it's just like developing film. It's not exactly the same, but that's a good analogy, so that as you develop, you can see the dot getting darker and darker. And the longer you wait, the darker the dot will become. And when you stop it, then that stops the process.
Now, in the LAPD protocol, withdrawn, in the Department of Justice protocol, what is the time frame that they indicate they will develop the strips in? How many minutes?
20 to 30 minutes.
All right. And in this particular DOJ typing sheet, did they indicate how long these particular strips were developed?
Yes,
And what was that?
25 minutes.
mark this as Defense 1310.
1310.
Two smaller pictures, Your Honor, that correspond with, that are also on this board, one of which I'll mark 1310A.
And these are DQ alpha strips from October 31st.
That is correct, Your Honor. And 1310B.
And those will be DQ alpha strips from December 31st.
Thank you, that's correct. Now, Dr. Gerdes,
Certainly.
LAPD item number 52, is that one of the Bundy blood drops?
Yes, it is.
Is that the Bundy blood drop that Cellmark got an RFLP result with between 25 and 50, or around 25 nanograms of human DNA?
That's correct.
Now, what was the typing at the Department of Justice with respect to LAPD item 52?
For item 52, they recorded a 1.1, 1.2 with a 1.3 C trace,
C minus?
C minus.
What does that mean in their nomenclature?
The C minus,
Yes.
actually, I'm not sure what the C minus means.
But what does trace mean?
Trace simply means that there's a very small amount. C minus, oh, okay, I'm sorry. Pardon me. C minus means it's less than the C dot.
Or that's what they've called.
That's what they call it.
All right. And what was the genotype reported in this case for LAPD item 52? What did the DOJ report as?
They reported a 1.1, 1.2.
All right. Now, let us assume that DNA from the item number 52 degraded through bacteria and was subsequently, those swatches were subsequently cross-contaminated with DNA from Mr. Simpson. And the genotype of the original source of that swatch included a 1.3.
Yes.
Would, in theory, this typing be consistent with that kind of mixture?
Objection, Sims facts not in evidence,
Sustain.
no foundation.
Sustain.
If one were to regard this 1.3 dot on LAPD item 52 from the DOJ typing as a real allele, just asking you to assume that,
Yes.
what would this be in terms of, would this be a mixture?
Objection calls for speculation, Sims facts not in evidence.
Oral.
Yes, it would. It would be a mixture of these three, of individuals, all possible combinations of individuals with those three alleles.
All right. Now, in terms of the various systems that we're using here, DQ alpha, D1S80, and RFLP, which of the systems is the most sensitive?
In terms of detecting DNA, the DQ alpha system.
All right. So if there's small amounts of DNA, it will show up first on the DQ alpha system.
Yes.
All right.
Doctor, would you take half a step back, please?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, thank you.
Now, what was recorded with respect to, what is QC 877?
That is another quality control sample that happened to be run with this particular run.
All right. And what is the positive control?
Again, that's the positive control, the 1.14 that comes with the kit.
All right. And what did the Department of Justice indicate they found with respect to the 1.3 dot on QC 877?
Once again, they record a trace of a 1.3 on this quality control sample, and then hint trace of the 1.3 on the positive control.
Now, in the Department of Justice, withdrawn. Did the Department of Justice subsequently rehybridize item number 52?
They did.
All right. And when was that?
That was on 12/31/94.
All right. And what results did they record?
On rehybridizing, they recorded a 1.1, 1.2 with a 1.3 very faint trace.
All right. Now, can you see that very faint trace in this picture?
No.
All right. Is that something that was recorded by them when they first saw the strip?
Yes.
So by their own records, what are they indicating about the 1.3 when they rehybridized it?
Well, they're indicating that they saw something on their records, and but I don't see it on the strip.
All right. Now, do the records indicate from the Department of Justice how long they developed this rehybridization on December 31st, 1994?
Yes, 22 minutes.
All right. Is there any indication of how long the strips that were hybridized on October 31st, 1994 were developed?
I couldn't find any record of it on that sheet.
Could you please indicate, not indicated on those brackets? Now, the longer the development time, what happens in terms of these dots?
They become more intense, especially faint dots. The faint dots will begin to appear.
So would it be fair to say that if you develop the strips less time, as opposed to a greater time, you're less likely to see faint dots?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
All right. What happens if you develop within a framework, a bracketed framework of 20 to 30 minutes, in terms of developing these strips and the likelihood of seeing faint dots? Is it greater? When is it greater and when is it less?
The dots will be more intense at 30 minutes and less intense or lighter in 20 minutes.
So it's a gradation. The longer the development, the more you see it.
Yes.
Now, in your judgment, do you have an opinion with respect to the limitations of the DQ alpha system and the protocol as implemented here in the Department of Justice with respect to development length?
Objection vague. Yes, I think that the development length should be standardized to a greater degree in order to provide for more reliable and cross comparison of two different strips. They have to be developed at the same time in order for you to really compare the two.
Is there a problem, sir, with dots appearing when you develop them for longer periods and then disappearing when you develop for shorter periods?
Objection leading. Also
Sustained.
beyond expertise.
Dr. Gerdes, in terms of the DQ alpha system looks at what gene?
Looks at the DQ alpha gene.
All right.
HLA, DQ alpha.
In your laboratory, do you use systems to detect the DQ alpha gene?
Yes, I do.
What systems are they?
They're a dot blot system. It's not this particular kit, but it's a similar dot blotting system.
What kind is it called? This is called reverse dot blot.
This is direct dot blotting.
That's what you use?
Yes.
Are you developing PCR systems
Yes.
that involve direct dot blotting?
At the present time, we're using them. We're not really developing them at the moment, but I have in the past, yes.
D1S80, what kind of a system is that?
That's a short tandem repeat system for PCR.
And with respect to the CMV, did you develop a PCR-based system to detect that?
Yes.
Do you have any qualms at all about your expertise as a molecular biologist to interpret the protocols and the operation of the DQ alpha system?
Counsel, the objection that was sustained was leading.
Oh. It wasn't as to expertise? Okay. Thank you. Dr. Gerdes, what is your view? Let's do this in our remaining minutes. Could we put Because we're running out of time, maybe we could, I could even dragoon some people into Hold'em, maybe that would do it?
I don't know. I think your colleagues didn't like that terminology. They'll volunteer. All right, Mr. Harris. Thank you, sir.
All right,
Making sure you don't block off the court reporter.
let's just try it this way. With 13.089, this is the Bronco Console Board, and item number 31. Did this 1.3 dot that I'm pointing to on LAPD item 31, how did they call that?
They call that as a real allele.
Did they call that as a contaminant? Did they call that as an artifact?
No.
They call that as real?
Yes. Objection, leading.
Overruled.
Is this 1.3 the basis of calling a genotype consistent with Mr. Goldman in the Bronco?
It is.
Is this the only evidence from the Bronco console, as the collection was done on June 14, 1994, that has a genotype consistent with Mr. Goldman in the Bronco?
Objection asked and answered.
All right, answer stand.
Could
We
you
did
please-
cover that once already, though.
I understand. Could you please, I have a circle here, Your Honor. Could you please put over that 1.3 and write in this circle, called real? Is that permissible, Your Honor?
Yes.
Right over this?
No.
To cover it?
Put it perhaps over it, to the side. Now, maybe
Below it?
below it and pointing upwards. Okay. Now, ask you with this marker. Oh, I'm sorry. Now, with respect to pointing that to LAPD item 52,
Yes.
pointing that to the dot that's 1.3.
Yes.
How did the department call that in terms of whether that was real or an artifact?
Artifact.
Not real?
Not real.
Would you please, on this sticker, and with an arrow, write "not real" and point downwards. Comparing these two analyses, in your opinion, as a DNA laboratory director, as a molecular biologist, as an individual that develops PCR typing systems, are these two calls scientifically consistent?
No, they're not.
All right, I think this is a good place to stop our next meeting.
All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our recess for the afternoon. Please remember all of my admonitions to you. Don't discuss this case amongst yourselves. Don't form any opinions about the case. Don't conduct any deliberations till the matter has been submitted to you. Do not allow anybody to communicate with you with regard to the case. As far as the jury is concerned, we'll stand in recess until 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. All right, thank you, counsel. And Dr. Gerdes, you're ordered to return tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock. All right, we'll stand in recess.